The process often begins with a few raindrops, nature's way of replenishing the earth with one of its most valuable resources. We pray for it, we curse it, but we know we can't live without it. Here in Tennessee, some of us depend on it to make a living, tilling soil beside the rivers that sustain life and invigorate entire communities. Others find comfort in the joy it brings as worries are cast aside in favor of casting into a favorite fishing hole. Most of us take clean water for granted. Perhaps that's because Tennessee is one of the richest areas in the nation in high-quality water resources, ecological diversity, and natural beauty. We have clean, fresh water for drinking, for industry, and for recreation. But increasing demand by a growing population makes our responsibility to protect these resources greater than ever. This is especially true with today's ever-expanding construction on previously undeveloped land. As the earth is moved, proper steps are required to protect against the effects caused by the natural process of rainfall. Without taking those precautions, erosion and sedimentation begin. Processes that look small, but over time rob us of our valuable land, leaving scars that are expensive to heal, clogging streams, rivers, and wetlands, and choking the wildlife they support. Before we go any further, let's define erosion and sedimentation. Erosion is the process by which soil is removed from the land surface by running water, wind, or ice. In Tennessee, erosion is primarily caused by stormwater runoff. Sedimentation is the redepositing of eroded soil. Again, stormwater is the main culprit. While a certain amount of erosion and sedimentation is natural and necessary to support life in our streams and lakes, too often the amounts are out of balance. For example, the Hatchie River in West Tennessee is so clogged from erosion that some of its twists and turns have actually been cut off by increasing amounts of sediment piled up over time, creating what is known as oxbow lakes, separate bodies of water that are replenished when the river floods. When the Hatchie and other bodies of water run muddy, vegetation for aquatic life is smothered and habitats are destroyed. This is especially critical in Tennessee, where we find endangered fish and mussels that make their homes in stream bottoms and depend on clear water for life. In fact, 61 aquatic species found in Tennessee are threatened if today's pollution levels continue. The loss of even one species would have an impact on our ecosystem. Just as surprising, almost 4,000 miles of streams and rivers and 3,000 acres of lakes in Tennessee are listed as impacted due to sedimentation. This is not a problem for the future. It is here today. When it rains on vegetated areas, a large portion of the water is either absorbed or eventually evaporated. Some of the water from rainfall soaks into the ground, where it's taken up by plant roots or collected as groundwater. The vegetation slows the travel of water so that it can soak in. The portion that runs off as stormwater is slowed so much that very little erosion occurs. On a construction site, different forces are set into motion that can create serious problems. When rain falls, it dislodges soil in very small amounts. The movement of these particles, caused by the impact of rain on the ground, is called splash erosion. Its effects are deceiving until you discover that 1 inch of rain falling on 1 acre has a total weight of about 108 tons. In Tennessee, 50 inches of rain will bring to bear about 5,400 tons of water weight per acre each year. The soil particles dislodged by the splash erosion become part of a layer of soil that is removed by overland sheet flow, or sheet erosion. From sheet flow, water quickly concentrates into streams, forming rivulets. These rivulets carve small grooves into the land. Rivulets collect into larger streams, carving even larger channels called rills. Ranging in depth and width up to a foot, Rills tend to recur after heavy rain and can result in tremendous loss of soil. If not corrected, the rills soon become larger, deeper grooves called gullies. The stormwater moves into streams, then into small rivers, and finally into big rivers, depositing sediment as it slows down. In the 1990s, Tennessee ranked 7th in the nation in change in land developed, a reflection of the growth needed to accommodate the lifestyles we expect. Each year, over 122,000 acres of land are stripped of vegetation for the development of homes, businesses, and other structures, making our state a leader in that category. Because of that growth rate, Tennessee has one of the highest rates of soil erosion in the entire country. Bare soil, if left unprotected here, can lose up to 200 tons per acre each year. That's roughly equivalent to 8 tandem dump truck loads of soil per acre per year. If soil erosion practices are not put into place here in Tennessee, the state stands to lose over 24 million tons of soil to development alone. That's a problem for the environment. It's also a problem for those who make a living from development and construction, because often that soil has to be replaced. Yet, with proper erosion and sediment control practices in place, we can reduce soil losses to naturally occurring levels, ensuring clean water. Reelfoot Lake in West Tennessee is one of the greatest hunting and fishing preserves in the nation. With over 25,000 acres of lake and wetlands, the wildlife here is diverse and abundant, as is the tree and plant life. Just a few years ago, nearby land use practices accelerated the rate of erosion into the lake. Fortunately, land users joined with federal, state, and local officials to stop the excessive erosion and sedimentation, helping to maintain a true biological wonder. Whether we're talking about construction projects or riverbank erosion, a permanent vegetative cover for the soil is often the best solution. Here at Shelby Bottoms near downtown Nashville, erosion was a chronic problem along this 1-mile stretch of the Cumberland River. Because of a constant undercut caused by current erosion, 5 acres of land and over 3,000 trees had been lost, with more to follow unless changes were made.
This area had been decimated, so it was raw land. The trees had fallen, erosion had taken all the grass away.
Gary Moody and his construction company worked with the Corps of Engineers to take riverbank soil exposed to the elements and created a vegetated multi-level retaining wall system.
We dissected the slope depending on the length of it into 2 and 3 and 4 areas, and trenched those areas and planted vegetation that's deeply rooted and that colonizes an area and is capable of reproducing itself, and then kept it watered that first important year.
To guard against the active erosion caused by the river current and tow, as well as waves from commercial and recreational boat traffic, a biodiversified plant structure was created. It would act as permanent erosion protection, a living erosion control structure.
It's habitat. It's riparian habitat at its thickest and best, and it can sustain a lot of life through this area.
To Gary Moody, such erosion protection should be the norm, not the exception.
In today's world, with the products and the tools that we have, there is no reason whatsoever to contaminate any creek or river today from construction activities and that type of thing.
Here's another innovative way of handling soil erosion. This is a wetland full of aquatic life. Now, you might think we're near some picturesque river or in some other beautiful area of the state of Tennessee, but we're actually at a landfill, the Williamson County landfill.
There's a lot of elevation on this hill.
Where operations manager Louis Bumpus is known as much for his innovative conservation methods as his landfill management.
But we're using erosion techniques that are the latest of the state of art.
The evidence is scattered across the landfill's 400 acres, from constructed wetlands to retention ponds, flex-mat gabions, dirt-face gabions, super strong silt fencing, the use of mulch as water diversion berms, and a self-styled aqueduct for water runoff. The landfill also makes use of the more common techniques like check dams, geotextiles, riprap, coir rolls, and of course, vegetative cover. As a result, Arkansas Creek, which runs through the landfill, contains over 50 different kinds of invertebrates and 26 species of fish. Bumpus says it's all a part of working with Mother Nature.
If you'll do anything to enhance nature, she'll take it over, she'll heal it just like it.
Here's an example of how Bumpus decided to handle water runoff from about 30 acres of the landfill. Stormwater flow down a hillside is slowed by thick vegetation. Near the bottom, it meets coir rolls and a permanent type of check dam made from a flex mac gabion. This helps control the water's velocity. Silt is caught while the water moves slowly through the gabion. From there, the water flows into a retention pond, which will be stocked with fish one day, and then, well, we should let Bumpus take it from here.
But see, the water basically comes down this spillway here. It goes into a stilling basin. It goes off the waterfall, hits a splatter block, into another stilling basin, over a waterfall, another splatter block, another stilling basin, up over to the waterfall and out to the Reno mattress and spreads the water out. And by the time it goes through these 3 stilling basins, the water comes out is just, it has no velocity whatsoever.
And water with no force carries no silt and has no erosion capabilities. At another part of the landfill, tractors provide dirt cover for an area that will soon catch stormwater runoff while providing a bit of recreation.
And this is where we'll start building the golf course. And this will take all the stormwater through this pipe and truck it down there.
Yes, a golf course over the landfill. Another project just beginning is a 4-stage wetland.
Look here, the nut bush already coming up there. Nut bush, cattails and all take and clean up stormwater. So you're enhancing the creeks.
With all his creative erosion control ideas, it's no wonder Louis Bumpus is considered an award-winning conservationist. Working with what nature provides through the creative implementation of storm water controls, he makes sure that whatever water runs from or through the landfill carries no silt once it leaves the property. The next time you see neglected erosion control devices, such as silt fences or straw bales, remember the tremendous impact erosion and sedimentation have on our environment. With over 100,000 acres of new land being developed every year in Tennessee, we're in danger of losing up to 200 tons of soil per acre each year if proper erosion controls are not used. The soil from a construction site that washes out into the street during a heavy rain doesn't stay there. It flows into a creek, and the creek into rivers, literally changing their courses at times, killing vegetation and aquatic life. But with the use of effective erosion control methods and the creative use of what nature has provided, erosion and its harmful effects can almost be eliminated so that we can preserve the soil that we have and put it to good use as well. The process begins with tiny raindrops, but it also begins with you.
Water. All of us need water to survive. It's a precious resource, and there isn't nearly as much fresh, clean water as you might think. While water covers 71% of the Earth's surface, only 3% of that is fresh water. And of that 3%, 2/3 is locked up in the polar ice caps. That leaves just 1% of the planet's water readily available for us to use. We haven't run out because water changes states and goes through the water cycle over and over again, replenishing our fresh water. For example, a lake's surface water gets heated by the sun. It evaporates, turning from liquid into gas, then collects as water vapor in clouds, condensing to water. Then it precipitates as rain. This may infiltrate the soil or run off and continues the water cycle. The water we use today is the same water the Egyptians used thousands of years ago, which is the same water dinosaurs drank millions of years ago. However, while we have learned to detain fresh water and to clean wastewater after we use it, there is a problem. Our limited freshwater supplies are becoming more and more polluted and more difficult to clean. Our drinking water supplies are threatened by many harmful contaminants like nitrogen and phosphorus, which can create algae blooms that are dangerous for aquatic ecosystems, and bacteria like E. coli, which can cause serious illness. But where is this pollution coming from? A lot of people think water pollution mainly comes from big industries dumping chemicals and waste into the water. This is called point source pollution because the source can be tracked back to a specific point or event. But today that simply is not true. Government regulations and improved business practices have greatly reduced commercial businesses' impact on our water. Today, the greatest threat to water quality is called non-point source pollution. This means that the source of pollution is spread out and can't be tracked back to a specific incident or location. So, who is really the greatest threat to our precious water supply? It's people like you and me, and as our numbers grow, so does the impact of our small actions. Every time someone litters, washes their car in the driveway, spills a little gas or oil and doesn't clean it up, sweeps or blows grass clippings into the street, or doesn't pick up after their dog, they're polluting our waters. All of these actions, while seemingly small on their own, have a huge cumulative effect that can cause our waters to become polluted, and in some cases, even unable to sustain life. You may be thinking, how can sweeping or blowing grass clippings in the street, littering, using a little too much fertilizer, or not picking up after my dog cause water pollution? When it rains, those grass clippings can wash into storm drains and end up in your local lake or stream, where they feed harmful bacteria, and as the clippings rot, they use up the oxygen that fish need to live, causing fish kills. As for littering, litter doesn't just look ugly, it can harbor bacteria and reduce oxygen levels too. Pesticides and fertilizers that migrate into our nearby water bodies can also kill or damage a wide variety of organisms. Dog waste can harbor bacteria like Salmonella and E. coli. If we don't pick it up, it can pose a disease risk to children, adults, and other pets. And it's not just your dog. There are approximately 1.5 million dogs in north central Texas, producing over 1 million pounds of waste each day. It's not just one main source of water pollution, but lots of little sources or actions contributing to the problem. But still, you might think, doesn't all the water get treated? Well, the wastewater from your home that goes down the sink, shower, and toilet, that goes to a wastewater treatment facility to be cleaned before it's released into our surface waters like creeks, rivers, and lakes. But storm drains are a completely different system. When it rains, stormwater runoff, or rainwater moving across the ground, picks up pollutants like litter, oil, or dog waste and carries them right down the storm drain. Storm drains carry water from our streets and parking lots directly to the nearest creek or lake without any treatment or filtration. That creek or river feeds our reservoirs, and that's where your drinking water comes from. So that cigarette butt, that fast food wrapper, that water bottle, your dog's mess, they go right into our water supply. Think about that the next time you turn on the tap. Your water provider needs to work extra hard to remove those pollutants from a contaminated water source. And what about the rivers and lakes that we swim, fish, and sail in, that wildlife live and feed in? Those still suffer from the effects of water pollution. But there's good news. With a few simple actions, you can help make a big difference. Here's what you can do. Don't litter. Put your trash in the trash can or recycle it. And pick up after your dog, even in your own yard. Dog waste isn't fertilizer. It can actually damage your grass and contains harmful bacteria. You can put it in the trash, bury it, or flush it. And if you're going to wash a car, use a commercial car wash that recycles its water. Or wash the car in the grass so the soap, dirt, and grease don't go down the storm drain. Your lawn will naturally filter the water, and you're watering the grass at the same time. Speaking of grass, when you're mowing the lawn, sweep or blow the grass clippings back into the grass and limit the use of fertilizer and pesticides. Remember, it's up to all of us to do our part to make the world a better place. After all, it all comes back to you in the end.
It's civilization versus nature's fury. Raging blizzards bury cities under thousands of tons of snow. Howling hurricanes tear apart coastal communities with wind and rain. And flash floods wipe entire towns off the face of the earth. As the skies clear, people begin to pick up the pieces. But after the storm, insidious damage is still being done. Our most vital natural resource is under assault, our nation's waters.
We're at the Chattahoochee Nature Center, and we're trying to find out what a watershed is. First victim, I need you to tell me what a watershed is. Do you have any idea?
Watershed?
A watershed? Where people go to the bathroom?
Sweating, I guess.
Something to do with sweating?
Uh-huh.
Like after you run, when
You perspire, yeah.
and then you shed it?
Uh-huh.
We wanted to ask you if you knew what a watershed was.
A watershed?
Yeah.
Is it kind of like the rain?
Do you know what a watershed is?
A shed that holds water.
Come here for a second. I want to ask you something. Do you know what a watershed is?
No. No.
Do you have any idea? What do you think it has something to do with?
I don't know.
What a watershed is?
Yeah.
That's just a drain pool, I guess you'd say, or the drain area. Is where the rainwater drains into the river.
Correct. That's a great answer.
A watershed is that area of land that drains to a body of water, be that if it's a river, a stream, the ocean, an estuary, a bay. Wherever you live drains to some water body, and you live in a watershed. So everyone lives in a watershed.
And in this modern industrial age, our water sources are becoming more contaminated with each passing year.
The biggest water quality problem that we have in the nation today is polluted runoff.
All water east of the Continental Divide drains to the Atlantic, while water west of the divide flows to the Pacific. And one drop of rain can cross many different watersheds along the way. As runoff flows into rivers, streams, and storm drains, the water picks up trash, dirt, bacteria, toxic chemicals, and fertilizers, creating a soup of pollutants that is extremely hazardous to the environment. And the consequences of polluted runoff exist worldwide.
The UN estimate is that there's about 1 billion people on the planet right now who don't have adequate access to fresh water.
97% of all water on Earth is salty ocean water. Of the remaining 3% that's fresh, over 2/3 is frozen in glaciers and polar ice. That leaves less than 1% of all the planet's water for our use.
I predict in the future that some of the U.S. water needs are going to come through pipeline because we have just overused our supply.
To address the complex threats facing U.S. water resources, the Environmental Protection Agency recommends adopting a watershed approach.
We're trying to reconnect some of the river.
It's a method that looks at each watershed for its own unique set of environmental challenges and solutions.
In many cases, people mistakenly identify large discharge pipes in the water as the problem. But that may not be the problem. It may be coming from agricultural runoff. It may be coming from stormwater runoff over parking lots and impervious surfaces. Every watershed is different, and you need to look at each watershed in its own terms and then think systematically about how you remediate, how you clean up that watershed.
In California, the Santa Monica Bay watershed drains a dangerous amount of polluted runoff after each storm.
When it rains, literally the whole residue of urban living ends up getting washed into the storm drain system and ends up going straight into the bay on Santa Monica Bay's beaches with no treatment whatsoever.
It's actually like a giant toilet flushing because all of the pollution, the dog mess has been building up and building up and building up. When it rains, it just flushes into the storm drain and goes directly into the surf.
In 1996, the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission proved there was a link between the contaminated runoff in the Santa Monica Bay and reports of illness afflicting people who swim there.
What we did find was at the outlets of storm drains, no matter where they were up and down the bay, if there was a flow of runoff into the surf zone, those people that were swimming in those areas definitely experienced higher incidences of illnesses.
The pollutants in the water affect surfers because we're actually the indicator species with all the pollutants. When we are in the waters, we're ingesting it through our skin and our mouth. Even if people don't take a swallow of water, it's still getting into our systems, our ears, any orifice in your body. And it causes infections, it can cause colds, sore throats at the very least.
I wouldn't want to swim in, water that's got those diseases in there, just floating around, making more diseases.
I've seen it pretty much as bad as it can be. I've seen crap floating out in the water, literally.
Generically, we call it fecal coliform. More specifically, you might know of it as E. coli, salmonella, or enterococcus. Whatever's in poop.
There's times when it tastes funky, for sure.
Every day, the city and county of Los Angeles perform a battery of tests to keep the public informed about water quality in the Santa Monica Bay. Cesar Arzadan begins the monitoring process each morning by taking a series of coastline water samples. Then it's back to the lab for analysis.
Most of the bacteria that you're going to see, it comes from feces. And when you put it under the UV light, you're going to see a different kind of color. It's a fluorescent sign that there is a bacteria, and that one is called E. coli. That one definitely is feces from animals, or it could be humans also.
The results are reported to the health department, and beach warnings are posted as necessary.
The number of beach postings has decreased, and 85% of the beaches that have been monitored in California have received either A or B grades. And that's significantly different than 4 years ago.
But while progress is being made in California, the harmful effects of polluted runoff are a growing concern everywhere. So what can the average person do to help reduce pollution in our watersheds?
How you apply pesticides or not in your garden, how you wash your cars, making sure that you don't throw cigarette butts out onto the street.
Do not dump things on the ground, especially oils or any chemical pollutants. Pick up after your dogs. A lot of people don't realize how important that is. And just be a conscientious citizen and don't leave anything on the ground.
I think one person can make a difference and needs to make the difference. If not you, who?
Coming up.
We're heading for what's known as an ecosystem collapse.
Can the Gulf of Mexico be saved from polluted runoff? It was a flood of apocalyptic scale. 26,000 square miles of the lower Mississippi Valley inundated by water. More than 200 lives lost, and 600,000 people displaced from their homes. The flood of 1927 was the most disastrous in U.S. history, and its effects are still felt today. After the flood of 27, massive levees were put in place. And while they helped protect the lower Mississippi River basin from flooding, the levees and other human activities would ultimately harm the watershed in unforeseen ways. The Gulf state of Louisiana is the terminus of the Mississippi River, the mighty watershed that drains 41% of the area of the lower 48 states into the Gulf of Mexico.
We receive water from as far away as Montana, Michigan, to Pennsylvania, Ohio, Iowa. All those waters drain right past this area right here.
But by the time all that water enters the Gulf, it has accumulated enough contaminants from polluted runoff to create an enormous hypoxic zone, an area of water lacking in vital oxygen.
The size of the low oxygen zone in the Gulf of Mexico is about 9,000 square miles. That's equal to the size of the state of New Jersey.
The shortage of oxygen is killing fish and other sea life and could potentially have a devastating effect on the regional economy.
We are the largest navigation port in the United States. We are the second largest in the world. We have the largest fishery in this country.
When we was crabbing, a lot of times all our crabs we dead and we can't even sell them.
The reason hypoxia should be of concern to most citizens in this nation is because it's a sign. It's a sign of the degradation of our water resources.
We're heading for what's known as an ecosystem collapse.
If you're going to have an ecological disaster caused by the offshore hypoxic areas, then that absolutely translates into an economic disaster.
So what exactly is causing this dead zone in the Gulf? Hypoxia develops when an area of water receives excess pollutants, primarily an overabundance of nutrients, which produce large algae blooms that die off and lead to low oxygen. And since the Mississippi gets fed by tributaries that flow through 31 states, that adds up to a staggering volume of contaminated runoff.
You have drainage into the Gulf of Mexico from the Ohio River, the Mississippi River, and the Missouri River. Yet each of those three major river systems are watersheds in and of themselves with their own challenges and their own problems.
The Mississippi River has always delivered a lot of water, and that hasn't changed over the centuries. What's changed is the amount of nutrients in that water.
In fact, the Mississippi's nitrogen levels in the lower Mississippi River have tripled since the 1950s. And the growing hypoxic zone off the Louisiana coast contains the disturbing evidence.
It's like a rusty color, stinky, rotten looking. You see fish just swimming sideways, gasping for air and stuff like that. And when you pull up the nets, not one shrimp alive, all dead, orange. The fish, they rotten, like melting away and stuff like that. Can't breathe stuff, and it's just rotten.
This is just a fact of life, the way we treat our water systems, because we use them as our garbage dumps. We use them to dilute our pollutants and things like that, and it flows downstream. I believe the statistic is that if you're in New Orleans, the water that is going by you has passed through a human gut something like 3 or 4 times before it gets to you.
Incredibly, Louisiana boasts a natural resource that removes pollutants from the draining Mississippi, the once abundant wetlands.
Plants that grow in wetlands produce these wonderful filters for everything that is coming into them. They trap sediment, they tempt chemicals, and what leaves the wetlands is much, much cleaner water.
Wetlands also provide an important habitat for birds and other wildlife. Sadly, the Louisiana wetlands are quickly disappearing.
Coastal Louisiana has lost about 1.2 million acres of wetlands in the last 100 years.
When we levied off the Mississippi, it cut off the Mississippi River water from the marshes.
In addition to the levees, a network of man-made navigation channels is also compromising the wetlands by allowing salt water to seep into the marshes.
Once that salt water travels up these channels and overflows the banks of these channels out into freshwater systems, such as this cypress swamp, that salt water sits out there around the roots of these trees and kills them. They cannot survive salt water. They're freshwater plants.
Eliminating the hypoxic zone will take more than saving our wetlands. Reducing nutrient runoff in the Mississippi River watershed is the heart of the problem. It's an issue involving over half the states in the nation and a vast array of industries, particularly farming, which uses nitrogen-rich fertilizer to grow its crops.
Fertilizers are helping the United States produce the food for the world, but there is such a thing as overuse.
There are scientists who have done the analyses and predict that you could reduce fertilizers by about 12% without reducing crop production and see a significant decrease in the amount of nitrogen going into the Mississippi River.
Experts say the first key to changing behavior is raising public awareness.
We all live downstream of somebody, and we all live upstream of somebody. So what somebody else does in their watershed affects the water that I receive, and what I do in my watershed affects the water that somebody else receives downstream.
If we don't clean up our act, our water resources, which we simply cannot live without, will be ruined. Coming up, can the water supply for 9 million New Yorkers be saved from the ravages of polluted runoff? In January of 1996, one of the most devastating winter storms in history slams the East Coast. 2 feet of snow dumps on New York and throughout the Northeast Corridor. Schools, airports, and roads are shut down. By the time it's over, the blizzard and resultant flooding caused $3 billion in losses, and 187 lives are taken. And in the Catskill Mountains of upstate New York, the snowmelt triggers another potentially devastating crisis. Stormwater runoff, contaminated with trash, dirt, fertilizers, and pesticides from nearby farms and communities, threatens the fresh water supply. And the Catskill system of reservoirs is vitally important, for it is the biggest watershed of New York City, providing drinking water to over 9 million people.
The miracle of the city's water supply system is largely unknown to most New Yorkers. You ask people, where does the water come from? Often people shrug their shoulders and say New Jersey.
I figured that we were probably our own separate water system than from upstate. I'd rather be drinking water from upstate than the Hudson River.
I don't know that most people are aware of how large the problem is and how close to crisis many of our water supply systems are.
To preserve the purity of the reservoirs and enforce the Safe Drinking Water Act, the Environmental Protection Agency presented the Big Apple with two options. Either build and maintain a $6 billion facility to filter all of the city's tap water, or fund a $1 billion program to protect the watershed from polluted runoff.
When it comes to our investment in clean air and clean water, preserving open space, fixing antiquated sewage treatment plants, we can't wait. It doesn't get any less expensive, it gets more expensive.
With the historic Watershed Agreement of 1997, an unprecedented upstate-downstate partnership was forged to protect the New York City water supply.
The Watershed Agreement is saving New York City billions of dollars.
The plan includes purchasing and preserving 355,000 acres of undeveloped watershed land, the upgrading of sewage treatment plants, and the protection and restoration of stream corridors.
What we're looking at here is a main tributary of the Esopus Creek. During flooding, we were seeing a lot of sediment coming out of the stream. The clay gets into the water column and it becomes very turbid, and then it makes it very difficult to treat and clean that water. So from a water quality perspective, we're very concerned about erosion.
The program also provides funding for farmers that implement agriculture management practices.
Well, we have a very exciting program with the Watershed Agricultural Council where we are working with local farmers. We look at how they're handling the animals so that the runoff associated with manure, fertilizer, and that farm activity isn't getting into the streams around our reservoirs.
This water here is basically the water you're going to be drinking down in the city. And I feel I've got a responsibility to try my best to keep it clean for when it gets down there. It used to be when it rained here on the farm, the water that ran away from the back of the barn here was full of mud, manure, and it would just run brown and right into the stream. 2 years ago, we would spread every day. We'd have to take it out, spread it on the fields. If the snow was deep, we spread it on the snow, and unfortunately, if the ground was froze when the snow melted, the nutrient value of it for fertilizer was gone. It wound up down in the reservoir.
With New York City funding, a secure above-ground steel tank that can hold 400,000 gallons of manure was installed on the Meadowbrook farm.
That's enough storage for 6 months of the year. Now we can store it, spread it when it'll do the most good to us for fertilizer, and we don't have to spread it every day.
I worked with Tim on the plan to develop the improvements we're going to make. Plan really belongs to the farmer. And it's a collaboration of their ideas and what technical advice we can bring to the program. But the farmer makes the decision.
It's a program that seems to make everybody happy.
Here's to the farmers who are working so hard to make sure we've got clean water to put in our coffee.
To guarantee the city's water supply is fresh at the tap, comprehensive tests are performed by the New York City Department of Environmental Protection, both in the lab and at over 1,000 sampling stations throughout the city.
New York City has probably one of the most extensive water quality monitoring programs in the nation, if not the world.
We're sampling every day, 365 days a year. I've been drinking this water for 53 years. Nothing else. Best water in the world. New York City, straight from the tap to my lips.
Coming up, the future of our water supply remains at risk, but there's something everyone can do to help protect it. Find out how next. To keep our watersheds free of pollutants will require the actions of every citizen, community, and business.
Paved concrete surfaces, asphalt, parking lots, sidewalks. The question is, do we need to have as many as we do? Because to the extent that you have too much impervious surface, the water is not retained on site. It doesn't soak into the ground. It runs off, picks up speed, carries pollutants and contaminants into the water body.
One strategy for preventing stormwater runoff is occurring at the new Ford Rouge Center in Dearborn, Michigan. This remodeled truck plant is covered by a green roof the size of 8 football fields. Planted with a porous ground cover, it reduces the amount of polluted runoff released into the watershed.
The thing that tends to get the most attention is the 10-acre green roof. But that's really just part of a philosophy that if an area does not have to be paved or built upon, it's going to be green space.
And communities are also implementing green space strategies, such as rain gardens.
They sloped the lot in such a manner that all the flow goes towards this landscaping, where basically the polluted runoff can percolate into the ground and get filtered rather than going straight onto the street into the storm drain system, and really a very simple approach to cleaning up our runoff in urban areas.
But perhaps the most powerful course of action is individual participation.
People need to take responsibility for the state of our waters, and water conservation is one area where they can do that as a committed citizen. All those things your mom told you, take a short shower, don't let the water tap run while you're brushing your teeth.
Taking your household hazardous waste to a cleanup and recycling day. Don't wash your car on the streets and put all those suds down into the drain.
When you change or use motor oil, you don't dump it into the street. Everybody's got to clean up after their pets. Obviously, that's a big concern. Fertilizers, herbicides, pesticides, and make sure you don't use them anytime there's any chance of rain coming up in the near future. When you're irrigating your lawn and your garden, make sure that you're not overspraying and causing all those chemicals to end up getting into the storm drain system. The only way we're going to solve the problem is if everybody does their part.
We all live in a watershed. We all have an impact on our environment. And we must all play a role in the protection and restoration of our valuable water resources. To learn more about how you can get involved and to get a free brochure called After the Storm, visit epa.gov/Weather Channel.
going to be great. Oh, it's going to be so much fun. But reading Foreman, did you know summer reading's almost over? Already? I know, we just started, it seemed like. Wow. But we have all next week. You can keep reading books and getting prizes, or listening to books. You can listen to books too and get prizes. Now, what's our last day of summer reading? Do you remember? Oh, maybe she may know. Yes, you got it. Yay, you. The 29th is our last day of summer reading. That's our last day. You can check out books that count as a prize, and then you have 2 weeks after that to pick up your prizes. We still got a lot of prizes, don't we? We want to have boys and girls come and get all these prizes they've earned. Do you know anything else, Reading Foreman? That's it? Oh, okay.
Well, very little today.
All right. Well, let's get started. Okay. Do you know his name? Do you know our special guest's name today?
We have Mr. Bob Tarter here with us today.
With NHECM. He's going to put on a great show. I know he is. But we cannot holler our slogan today, can we?
No. You guys know why we can't holler it today?
Because the animals could get
because we don't want the animals going crazy. That's right. No crazy animals today. So we are going to whisper our slogan, build a better world, because we are building a better world all summer. So let's do that on the count of 3. Build a better world and whisper. 1, 2, 3. Build a better world. Hey, Mr. Bob Tarter.
Thank you. Good morning. Very good. My name is Bob Tarter. I'm with NHECM. If you have ever remembered seeing a wildlife program with me before, raise your hand, please. Good. We like repeats. Hands down. If you have ever seen me give a wildlife program, you know we'll have a good time. You do not believe me? You can ask me. I'll tell you all about it. Now, whenever we have a wildlife program, it doesn't matter if there's 3 people or 1,000. Whenever we have a wildlife program, there are 3 rules you all need to follow. Now, I have to tell you, 2016 was a very important calendar year for me and my company. I actually now travel to over 10 states. Bless you. We now visit all the way down to Natchitoches, Louisiana. It is spelled Natchitoches for those people that don't know how to talk. Earlier this week, I was in High Point, North Carolina. Now, we are doing about 250 schools during the school year. During the summer of the last week in May, June, and July, I have myself and other programmers running around. We do another 200 programs during June and July. Now, with that, we're going to have a lot of fun, and there's always a lot of vocabulary. Now, it doesn't matter if there's 3 people or 1,000. Last year, with the nationwide Harry Potter Day at the Clarksville, Tennessee Public Library, they had me conduct a Care of Magical Creatures program. I brought a hedgehog, a legless lizard, a Burmese python, and the eagle owl. 1,487 people showed up for one event. I did not charge nearly enough for that one. They want me back. I want $5 a head. We also did the lowest attended program ever conducted, and that was at the Luxora, Arkansas Public Library. 3 people showed up, and 2 of them were the librarians working that day. They actually closed that branch now. But whenever we have a program, doesn't matter if there's 3 people or 1,000, there are 3 rules, and most of you are doing good. Rule 1, I want your bottoms all the way on your carpet, sitting crisscross applesauce, hands in your laps. If you can see my hands, you'll see these animals. Do not worry, I drink a lot of tea. I'm going to be walking around the entire time. While I'm walking around with these animals in my hands, I can watch my feet. If you have your hand or your foot in the aisle and I step on it, it's not going to feel good. I'm a big fat guy. Be careful, it starts on your 30s. So rule 1, stay seated, stay quiet. Rule 2, do you think there's anything interesting with me today? Yes, that means you're going to have questions. Questions are great. Questions I will learn. Rule 2 states we save our questions for the end of the program. We go over them as a group. Rule 2 is everyone's favorite because Rule 2 means you get to hang out longer with me. So save your questions. We will go over them at the end. Rule 3, I want to see how smart you all are. I'll be asking you questions. If you have an answer to one of my questions, I want you to raise your hand. You don't want to holler out the answers. We don't want to scare these animals. Now these are 3 simple, easy rules. Stay seated, stay quiet, save your questions. If you have an answer to one of mine, you can raise your hand. Everyone that wants to stay here, see the animals, and follow my 3 rules, raise your hand, please. Good. Hands down. Does anybody want to break the rules, make me upset, and be told to leave? No, we don't want to do that. That'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Parents, grandparents, caregivers, thank you very much for bringing yourselves and your little ones here for our wildlife program. Please feel free to take as many pictures you like during the program, but this is now time to silence and vibrate your phone. If your phone goes off while I'm talking, you will be volunteering for stuff you do not want to be a part of. Most importantly, in the social happy media world we live in, you can post any pictures of me and my animals on whatever social media page you choose to. I just do ask you to be aware who is in the background of these photos. Some parents do not want their child in your social media page. You need to respect that. Conversely, you have to understand you are here in a public building. You're at the public library. We'll be taking pictures today. You may end up on the library's Facebook page. You may end up in the newspaper. If you do not want this, tough, deal with it. Seriously, people are now beginning to complain to me about the way their hair looked on Facebook. I don't care. Now, how many of you can tell me by raise your hand, what is the theme to your summer reading program this year? What is the theme? Go. Build a better world. Very good. Build a better world. Now, the Build a Better World can be in many different ways. One of the things I like to do to build a better world is I hate seeing trash on the ground. Whenever I'm walking around, I always pick up the trash. That's why my pockets are always filthy. Because I like to throw things away. Building a better world could be something as living more healthy, making good life decisions, or it could be literally physically building things to help our family out and help our own kind out. Now, the animal lineup that we have with us today is called the Desert Dwellers. This is a program that is going to have animals living in communities in the desert. Now, if you were here with Miss Shauna, she brought you the animals that live in a rainforest. A rainforest can rain almost every day. But a desert is going to be very little precipitation. It has nothing to do with temperature, though. 78% of Antarctica is actually a desert, even though the temperatures don't get above freezing, there's snow on the ground. Very little annual precipitation. Now, as always, I'm going to use a lot of vocabulary, mouths closed, ears open. Save your questions. If you haven't answered one of mine, you can raise your hand. This first animal we're going to get out today is special because he's been in my collection for over 3.5 years, and I've never seen him drink water, ever. He doesn't even have a water dish in his enclosure. This creature has a very odd-sounding name. This is the Egyptian Uromastyx. That is spelled U-R-O-M-A-S-T-Y-X. We call him Euro for short. Now, everything in the wild has a job they're supposed to do. There's a term for this. Open ears. New word, niche. Say it, please. Niche. And when you look at this animal, you can theorize their niche or their job. The first thing I always like to look at is an animal's eyes. Now, this guy here has very weird, red, demon-colored looking eyeballs. But when he looks at you, can you see his eyeballs are on the sides of his head? That's telling you this animal is not using depth perception to find his food, meaning his food is not going to run away from him, but he's looking around, trying to make sure that he doesn't become someone's food. Now, do plants get up and run away from you? No. So this animal here is going to be a consumer of only plant material. Plant eater's good. Who can give me that better term? What do we call the consumer that eats only plant material? Go. Help him out. Very good. Herbivore. Say it, please. Herbivores are consumers that eat only plant material and meat. When you think about vegetarian and vegans, those are confused people, and I've never met one I like. I think they're all a little crazy. Now, this animal here is an herbivore, meaning he eats only plant material. He is found in the Middle East and the Sahara-Sudan deserts of Africa. And that's going to be important because he's built to survive in that desert. He has a very long body that is wide, but he's also very flat. And that flat body is going to help him survive. Now, besides being an herbivore, he is also different from us. Take 2 fingers, touch the skin on your neck. Are you warm or cold? Warm. We are a warm-blooded creature. Borrow your hand. Warm or cold? Cold. Cold. He is a cold-blooded creature, meaning he's only going to be as warm as the environment around allows. The warmer he is, the faster he can move, the more food he can eat. Every time a cold-blooded creature raises their body temperature up 10 degrees, they get to digest 4 times more food. This guy right now is about 7 degrees Fahrenheit. When he's as happy as he is at home in his enclosure, he will be right underneath the basking light and he will be 150 degrees Fahrenheit for 12 hours during the day. If you're 150 degrees for 12 hours, you're going to be a piece of jerky and dead. Where this animal's actually very happy with it. The warmer he is, the faster he moves, the more food he can eat. Every time a cold-blooded creature raises their body temperature up 10 degrees, they get to digest 4 times more food. Think about this with yourself. If you were a cold-blooded animal and you ate 3 meals a day in the middle of winter, come summertime, when you're running around outside, your body temperature's over 100 degrees, you'd have to eat 164 meals in one day. 1.75 million calories in a 24-hour period. What would you eat? Chocolate, cheesecake, ice cream? I'm more Bowen's ribeye kind of guy. Now, what you got to understand, this guy, when he wakes up in the morning, the first thing he's going to do is he's going to pop his head out of wherever he spent the night. And the warm solar radiation will start warming up that throat. And that sunlight will warm up his throat. And then he will use his circulatory system, his heart, his arteries, his vein, to start pumping that pre-warm blood around his body. And then he'll have enough energy to climb all the way out of where he spent the night and sit in the full sun. And sitting in that full sun, he will warm up his body to 150 degrees. And then he'll start roaming around looking for food to eat. Now, these chubby cheeks right here are important because this animal lives in a very dry environment, the desert, and the desert plants are going to be much thicker cell walled than our plants here. So those chubby cheeks are actually full of muscles. You can even see he's got a serrated lip edge to it because the plants in the desert are going to be much tougher to be able to keep that moisture in their body. Now, as a warm-blooded animal, when we get hot, we sweat. Now, I know ladies don't sweat, but you glow, glisten, spritz, sparkle, shimmer, shine. You're taking that fluid from the inside of your body to serve your skin. Feel that? No moisture is leaving that area right there. It reminds me of like leather. Now, in the afternoon, the desert sands can actually get too hot, and they can reach up to 225, 250 degrees. He'll climb back in underneath that ground again, underneath that burrow. These front limbs here will dig the hole even farther. Any predator that comes up behind him gets a face full of this medieval mace-like tail. And that tail's used as a weapon to smack things that he does when I grab him. You're okay, I was getting her in the back. What you gotta think of here, this animal's tail, bring your finger down, feels kind of nice. Go up, sometimes you think he's a cat, he's the weirdest thing. That tail right there is used as a weapon. There was one day in the fall of the year, he was in his enclosure. He didn't know it was me, his eyes were closed. But I reached in and grabbed him by the midsection. He smacked me so hard, so fast with his tail, looked like I took a cheese grater across my arm 6 times. I was dripping blood from that. Now, classroom household pet, the Euromastic will do very well, survives in a diet of dried black-eyed peas and kale. If you've ever had a dried black-eyed pea that hasn't been soaked properly, you chew it, you can crack a tooth. When he eats it, it sounds like he's crunching ice. Those powerful jaw muscles do it. A little bit of moisture he needs to survive on, this animal gets from that green leafy kale in our diet for us. Now, this is our herbivore. Say it again. Herbivore. You can always look at an animal's anatomy and theorize their niche, that job in the wild forest. Now, there are smaller herbivorous lizards. There are other Euromastics that will actually be more brightly colored. And these animals are going to be blending into the background of the deserts that they live in for us. Now, we're going to go ahead and put him up. Euromastic is actually a pretty nice, easy pet. We're going to get out the next animal. The next animal here has a different niche and a different anatomy for us. This next animal is a creature that eats only other animals. Meat eater's good. Who can give me that better term? You got the last one. You're doing good, though. Help him out. Go.
Consumer.
No. What do we call the consumer that eats only meat, only other animals?
Carnivore.
Very good. Carnivore. Say it, please.
Carnivore.
Now, if I get out of carnivore, do you all need to act properly? Yes. Now, what you got to remember, like I said, I now own and operate my company. I've had my company about 15 years. I do about 500 programs annually. Now, what you have to think about, the cool thing about my job, if I find an animal I want, I pretty much just buy it, make up a program with it. Now, it is illegal in the state of Tennessee to have a venomous snake in captivity. You have to remember I married my attorney, and I brought a venomous lizard. Now, what you got to think of here, you can raise your hand and identify him. What is this, hon?
I was watching a lot of shows about those.
And what is it called?
I forgot what it's called.
Okay, help me out. What's his name? Very good. Catch a bubble, buddy. This is the Gila monster. This is one of 2 venomous lizards we have in North America. Now, look at the anatomy again. We have a very long-bodied lizard that is wide but flat. The key difference is when he looks at you, you see his eyeballs are closer to the front part of his head. That means he's using his eyesight to judge distance. You got to be able to look at the target with both eyes to be able to judge the distance for you. Animals that have their eyes on the side of the head are not judging distance because they're making sure they're not going to become someone's food. The other cool thing about this animal, you see how he's already sticking out his tongue? You see with your eyes, you hear with your ears, you smell with your nose, you touch with your skin. What sense do we use our tongue for? What do we use our tongue for? Taste. This animal here is tasting the air, looking for food, looking for predators. Try and experiment with me. Underneath the black tablecloth, I brought a surprise. Stick your tongue out at it. Can y'all taste the chocolate chip cookies I brought for you? No, I didn't bring any. It's a joke. Your tongue doesn't work like that. You don't get a cookie. This animal here takes his tongue, flicks it through the ear, where he then pulls that scintillated particle tongue to the inside of their body. Once it's on the inside of their body, there's a hole to root them out. Feel like a brand new basketball or beads? Which one do you feel?
Basketball.
I grew up on a farm. I think it feels like Indian corn that's dried on the cob. Again, a very thick hide that's keeping that moisture in his body. Now, when you see a brightly colored, slow-moving animal that is not afraid of you, that is Mother Nature telling you not to mess with it. This creature is venomous. Sit on your bottom legs, you're doing good. Venomous is something that gets injected into your body. Poison is something that is ingested in your body. There's a difference for that. Now, this brightly colored carnivore will be found in the desert Southwest, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona. And he will be walking around tasting the air. And if he tastes the air and finds a ground-dwelling nest, most of your desert animals are going to be nesting on the ground because there's very few trees in the desert. So this guy here will be walking around tasting the air. And if he tastes, it could be a roadrunner, a quail, or even a jackrabbit. This animal will walk all the way up to that nest. And the parents protecting that nest will see this brightly colored, slow-moving carnivore that is venomous and go, you know, we can always make new babies next year. And the parents will abandon the nest. And this animal will go in eating all of the eggs, all of the babies in that nest. They then will convert all the calories from that food that they've just eaten into fat, storing it in that tail. Squeeze it. Feels like a sausage, doesn't it? It's really weird. This animal here may only eat a week or two in the spring and survive 50 weeks on the fat deposits in this tail alone. That's usually the point of the program where these elementary teachers say inappropriate things about their fat deposits in their tail. It makes a married man like me uncomfortable. Now, what these little guys will do is they will be just roaming around, tasting the air, find that food. A very thick hide again, keeping that precious moisture in their body. Remember, venom is something injected, poison is something that is ingested in you. Now, this animal is different. When he gets ready to bite a predator or prey, he moves very slowly. A venomous snake has a very quick strike, stabbing it into it. Where this guy here doesn't do anything in a hurry. When this animal gets ready to bite, he moves very slowly. If you can't get yourself out of the way of it, you deserve to get bit by it. Now, the teeth on the lower jaw of this animal are actually hollow, biting into it. Now, for you to understand how this works, on your bottom crisscross, son, you have to take some chemistry for me. When I was a little bitty kid, I'd always look at the tallest tree and wonder, how does water go from the ground all the way up to the top of the tree? In your body, you have your heart, which is your pump, and your arteries and your veins. Relax, I'll tell you what the vein is going to get a lot worse. She's trying to use you as a shield. Now, in that tree, we have xylem and phloem. And what they are doing is the xylem and phloem are moving the sap and the water around. And that's going to be the cool part of this. Water likes to touch itself as well as touch other things. Adhesion and cohesion. Catch a bubble. Now, what do you got to understand? Water will touch itself, and that's how these animals will get that venom into it. The teeth on the lower jaw are hollow, and what they will do is they will bite into a predator prey. Using the capillary action of water, the venom will leach from those glands through the teeth up into that predator or prey. Now, you got to understand, when I was a little bitty kid, I saw a very cool experiment with these animals and their venom. Probably explains why I'm so weird and have a career like this. They took a 3-quart container of fresh horse blood. They dropped in 5 drops of venom. They waited 90 seconds. They then flipped the beaker over, and the blood slid out like a solid jello mold. You know that cranberry sauce you serve at Thanksgiving and Christmas with your turkey that you got to slice to serve? That's what this animal's venom can do to your blood. Now, if I make a mistake and get myself or a library patron bitten by this venomous animal, am I going to die? No. You may shoot me, but I'm not going to die from this. This animal's venom isn't going to kill me. If I get bit in the hand here and the venom leaches into my finger, the blood in my finger will clot, turn to pudding, and what they will do is then the tissue will die, my finger will turn black, and eventually it'll fall off. The entire time this is happening, I'm uncomfortable, but it is not going to kill me. Listen, buddy. Now, what you got to think about this animal's venom could very well be used in our everyday lives right here. Raise your hand if any of you know somebody with diabetes. Good. Hands down. Type 2 diabetes medication that's on the market is actually synthesized from Gila monster and beaded lizard venom. The venom has a coagulating property that can actually help balance people's blood sugars. We also have battlefield dressings for a soldier. If a soldier gets injured in the battlefield and they're bleeding out and you cannot put a tourniquet on it, they now have a bandage. You can slap it on, clotting the blood, saving lives. Now, would the Gila monster make a good classroom or library pet? No, but I've been talking with Miss Cripps here. We've got a nice idea. Parents, if we continue to have problems with overdue library books and damaged books and fines, I have a spare 200-pound Burmese python. we're going to put a snake box in the children's department. If you have a fine, you go in the box until you pay it. That one will leave you a blank check. I'll trust you on that. Now, this is our carnivore. Say it again. Carnivore. Consuming only other animals. He's a very nice creature. I really like him. Now, we're going to put him up. But remember, brightly colored, slow-moving creatures will give you the warning that they do not need to be messed with. Now, we're going to put up both lizards that were long, wide, and flat, helping them survive in that desert. Now, the next animal we're going to get out is different because it's a consumer like us. Catch a bubble, buddy. Now, this animal here. Raise your hand if you like to eat hamburgers and hot dogs. Good. Hands down. Raise your hand if you should eat fruits and vegetables. Good. Hands down. What do we call the consumer eating plant material and meat? Go. Omnivore. Very good, hon. Omnivore. Say it, please. Omnivore. Now, this next creature is an omnivore, and it also has what I call the O factor. Meaning, whenever I pull this out, students, parents, librarians, all have a tendency to make these aww noises. I hate them. So if you're afraid you may make an O noise, catch a bubble in your mouth. Put one finger in your lip. Put your other hand on your hip. We want to be nice and quiet to see and learn as best as we can. These animals here are creatures that I have raised in my home with me and the rest of my animals, including my own 2 domesticated humans. I want you all to meet Tracy. Say hi, Tracy. Hi, Tracy. Now, if any of you can raise your hand and identify this western desert creature.
I think it's like a groundhog.
Nope, it's not a groundhog. Help her out. Nope, that's an African desert one.
Prairie dog.
Very good. This is a black-tailed prairie dog. Now, besides looking just like a chubby chipmunk right now, this animal here is one of the greatest lessons I could ever teach you. Bottoms down, sitting proper, catching bubbles, mouths closed, ears open. Stop eating my shirt. Now, what I want you to think about here, this animal is going to be found in the American West. Prairie dogs were once a very common animal, found all the way from California, all the way east to Arkansas, all the way through the American West, all the way down into Mexico, up into Canada. The problem is these animals have now been removed to only 4% of their natural historic range because of us. We thought they were a nuisance. Now, the best lesson to learn from this creature here, new term, keystone species. Say it, please. Keystone species. When you see an archway, that center stone in the top of it is called a keystone. It holds the whole thing together. And that's what we're looking at when we look at these little prairie dogs here. Now, prairie dogs are going to be found living in a very large group in what we call a prairie dog town. It's a massive network of tunnels, cavities, and caverns buried underneath the surface of the soil, where on top of the ground, they're just like you people live in town. They mow the grass way too often, every 7 days, not 4. Now, what these animals will do is there are tunnels underneath the surface of the soil. Bedrooms, bathrooms, food storage, nurseries, lookout towers, and playgrounds. All this will be buried underneath the surface, where on top the prairie dogs keep the grass short and tender. Now, when you're this big, there's a lot of predators that are going to eat you. So if you keep that grass short and tender, that's going to attract other herbivores in the area. First time I found a prairie dog, I was hiking through the desert badlands in North Dakota. I came in out of a drainage on the flat part of the ground. As far as I could see, I thought I walked into a golf course. There was short and tender green grass and holes and rodents running around everywhere. It was full of life. We had prairie dogs, jackrabbits, antelope, deer, all the way up to 3,000 pounds. You can't pet this one, I'm sorry, honey. Now, what you gotta understand, these prairie dogs here will be able to use these other creatures. When you're this big, lots of predators. But if your best friend is a 6.5 foot tall, 3,200 pound bison bull, do you think the prairie dog's worried about a coyote anymore? No. But these animals here make habitat that is going to feed the other herbivores. They keep the grass short and tender. That's going to help them see farther. And that's also going to feed the herbivores. Hush, hush, hush. I want you all to meet Shauna. Say hi, Shauna. Hi, Shauna. Shauna is the more athletic sister of our prairie dogs. During the program, she always does her yoga. It's called upside down dog. Don't do that unless you're advanced. You'll hurt yourself in hot yoga doing that. Now, what you gotta understand, these little creatures here, the prairie dogs are gonna be found in that very large group in a prairie dog town. They keep the grass short above their town so they can see farther when they come out of their holes. That attracts other herbivores. And that's gonna allow the prairie dog towns to expand. Abandoned prairie dog towns are actually key nesting sites for 2 endangered North American species, the black-footed ferret and gopher tortoise. That's why these animals are key, because these creatures help everybody out. Now, humans removed them because we thought they were bad. In the American West, when we turned our livestock loose, they go running through a prairie dog town. You go running through a prairie dog town, you're going to fall in a hole and break your leg. So the prairie dogs have been shot, trapped, poisoned, removed to only 4% because of us. And these animals are awesome. They help us out. The desert, when it rains, it may not rain very often, but when it rains, it tends to rain a lot very quickly. Without the soil and the vegetation we have here, the water runs, it erodes. It takes what little soil is there, take it away. When we have a prairie dog town and it rains, all the water runs right into the tunnels, and it floods the lower part of the town. And then that water will slowly soak into the groundwater, recharging the aquifer. A prairie dog town in Montana actually collects the well water so somebody can get well water from the aquifer in Arizona. Largest prairie dog town on record was 3 miles wide by 7. And when it rains in that desert, the water will flood into, and then that'll be absorbed into the groundwater. But you got to also understand, in a prairie dog town, there's like a gazillion prairie dogs. And they spend all day long running below the surface to the top, below to the top, below to the top. They actually take the cool, moist air from below the surface of the soil to the top, exhaling. Think of this. Sometimes our rainfall here in Tennessee started with a bunch of prairie dog breath in Oklahoma or Nebraska. That's why we call these the keystone species. Now, a lot of you have been looking at me with this one going, Bob, that's a cute little mammal. How come we can't pet this one? It's because prairie dogs in North America have been known to carry diseases, the bubonic plague as well as monkeypox. Sit proper, honey. Now, my animals are disease-free and I maintain them that way because I am the only person who gets to handle them. It's not that I think you're carrying the bubonic plague or monkeypox, it's just you have to understand. You all brought the most diseased, dangerous wildlife in the state with you. 30% of you have it in your lap. Ma'am, wash your hands before you eat anything. Those things are covered in germs. Seriously. They're horrible. I don't want to touch them. I'll have 7 different species of fecal material in my hands and eat a sandwich. These guys touch me, I need a hazmat suit and a bath. Now, prairie dogs, like I said, are amazing omnivores for us. They like to eat both plant material and other animals. An important part of their diet. Listen, sissies. Now, Tracy and Shauna travel with us in this container here. This is their travel cage. They think they're training for American Ninja Warrior. So you'll be able to watch them. They're going to climb around for the rest of the program. But the important part of their diet that we didn't get to talk about yet. Listen, these animals love to eat bugs. Bugs are an important part to a lot of animals' diet. When I was at university studying carnivores, red foxes, gray foxes, and coyotes, 80% of their stomach contents were grasshoppers during the summertime. Scientists have always wondered how a hummingbird grows on a diet of just straight sugar water. Listen, buddy. Now, I got to find a peer to be able to get this analogy. Hummingbirds will actually fly around with their beaks open, grabbing insects out of the sky, like Mr. Miyagi. Problem is, half the room doesn't even understand what we're talking about. It only counts if you saw it in the theater or on VHS. They still don't know what we're talking about. Bugs are an important part to a lot of animals' diets, and that's where you got to understand. If you want to have less mosquitoes around your home, put up some hummingbird feeders. Not only is it important to watch the hummingbirds feed, but you will also be able to have less insects for that. Now, the prairie dogs are very cool, very important animal. One prairie dog by themselves isn't going to be able to survive. With these animals living in a group, that prairie dog town, in that community, they make the environment a better place for us. And that's why we call them the desert dwellers. They're important for us. Now we're going to get out the next animal. The next animal is special because I have to wear a glove. If I wear a glove, that means I can get hurt. I don't want to get hurt. Bottoms down, so you can crisscross applesauce, catch a bubble. One finger on your lip, the other hand on your hip. This next animal is special because of this. This one is actually my favorite North American one, second favorite worldwide. For those of you that are keeping track, that's going to be important. Up. Listen, I want you all to meet Mark. Say hi, Mark. Now, when we look at the anatomy and physiology of Mark, does this bird here look like he's going to eat earthworms out of the ground like a robin? Yes. No. Does this bird here look like he's going to eat hummingbird food from a feeder? No. Do you think this animal here wants to rip the flesh off the prairie dog sisters and swallow it? Yes. Like a kid on a donut. This animal right here has 2 eyes on the front of the head, using it for excellent depth perception. That is a flesh-tearing beak right there. That beak rips the flesh from the bone so he can swallow it. Even though he's not a very large animal, this guy has a very large, fast, powerful wingspan. Listen. Now, it's one thing to be fast, it's something else to be fast and maneuverable. That long tail fan right there is going to make this an extremely maneuverable predator for us. Long-legged, which is going to be key to most of your desert animals. Your resources are farther apart, so if you have longer legs, you take the least amount of steps. That's why my wife wouldn't do well in the desert. She's got short little legs. Now, the toes here are tipped with these extremely sharp talons. The talons actually grab a hold of killing the prey, where the beak is just the knife and the fork, cutting it into chunks. We got a walker here. Now, what you got to understand here, Mark is the Harris hawk. The Harris hawk is my favorite North American bird of prey, not just because of his looks, but he has a gorgeous color to him. Almost all black, nice chestnut accent on the wings and on those legs, long black tail fan, white band on the bottom, white band on the top. Now you can actually see he's growing a new third feather right there. These guys here will change out their feathers once a year. Now it'll take them months. You change them out a couple feathers at a time, but these guys will be able to do that. The Harris hawk is my favorite North American bird of prey, not just because of his looks, but because these are sociable animals. Most of your birds of prey are going to be singles or pairs if they're rearing young. Harris hawks are going to be found living in a group, in a collective. Now that's going to be important for us. Listen, in the desert, the quality habitat is going to be dependent on available water sources. Spring, a river, a creek, or a tank. A tank is what a Texan calls a pond. And that's where these animals living in that collective have an advantage. The smaller, younger, more eager birds fly into the thicket, chasing the prey. Prey can be everything from large insects, lizards, snakes, songbirds, game birds, all the way up to jackrabbits. Sit down, hands your cell phone. Now what these animals will do is the smaller, younger birds will drive the prey around and around and around. And when the time is right, they push it out of the thicket to where the adults are sitting there. These birds do a coordinated group hunting attack like a pack of wolves, all with a little bitty bird brain. Now they hunt in a group, they also rest in a group. Relax, you can't eat a kid yet, you gotta wait. Now, what these guys will do, in the desert, the only place you can stop and get in an overwatch position is to sit on top of a cactus. Remember we said he was long-legged? One bird will go land on top of the cactus, other birds then will stand on their shoulders, staying 2, 3, 4, 5 birds high. That top bird will have the largest field of view, being able to see farther, and if they find more food, they fly after it, hunting it in a group. That's why these are my favorite North American bird of prey for. Now, I'm not going to pick on you, but how many teachers do we have in the audience today? Oh, line, there's only 3, 4, all right, a little bit better. Here's the thing, I love working with my teachers who are amazing people. The problem is, we all know you're overworked, underpaid, and unappreciated. The problem is, I think teachers are crazy and you have an illness and you need medication for something. I would never do your job. But this animal here makes me feel more like a teacher than I think I should. I bought this animal, I feed this animal, I train this animal, I house the animal, and yet somebody else is trying to tell me how to do my job. Sound familiar? This animal here is technically property of the federal government. You are not allowed to pet, nor are you even allowed to possess a feather off of him. On his right foot, you can see that ID band, 6 letters there on the front, U.S. government. This animal here is technically property of the federal government. If you pet him or keep a feather, I could lose my license. Catch a bubble, buddy. What you gotta understand, Mark here is a falconer's bird. Falconry is when we use our birds of prey to hunt for us. Think about it. We could walk around the park here. When you're uneducated squirrels or rabbits, I can let go of Mark's gestures and he'll fly after and try and attack it and kill it for me. Now I give him food and shelter every day for the chance that he may be able to go hawking, but this animal here is an amazing creature for us. Falconry is the second oldest blood sport on the planet. And that's what's special about to being a falconer. Up. Now, listen. To be a licensed falconer, you need to do well in school so that you can take the apprentice falconer's exam. Listen, it's a difficult exam, so you have to be able to study and do that. Not only do you have to pass the exam, you got to pass the background. I do not want any of you getting in trouble for drugs, alcohol, or crime. This isn't going to help you out in life. If you get in trouble for it, you still won't be able to have the permits to have these. Lastly, you need to remember to be a nice person. Don't be a tool. No one's going to help you out. Once you pass the exam, you pass the background, you have to find a master falconer to mentor you. And in the state of Tennessee, the master falconers are not taking on any new apprentices. It's a whole millennial generation. I swear none of them know how to work. Now, Mark here is fast, but he's not the fastest. Who can name me the fastest animal on the planet by raising their hand? Go. Very good. Most people think it's the cheetah. The cheetah is only the fastest land animal at 68 miles an hour. Fastest animal on the planet is the peregrine falcon. The peregrine falcon has been clocked at 240 miles an hour. Now, does he reach that speed by flapping his wings? No. Hummingbirds can beat their wings up to 200 beats per second and they still can't reach that speed. They can also do it for 30 hours straight. What the peregrine falcon will do is they will fly high up in the air. They fold their wings and they go in a straight dive at 200 miles an hour. They hit their prey from above with these talons. Most of the time the prey is dead by the central nervous system or the spinal cord being damaged. Sit proper, honey, listen. Now, what you gotta understand, if you're flying at 200 miles an hour and you hit a mosquito or a June bug in your eyeball could explode. Watch. Take my hand near Mark's eyes. He doesn't like it when I do it though. See how his eye turns blue? He actually has two sets of eyelids. A normal top to bottom like ours that he closes when he's sleeping. That second one is called the nictitating membrane. If I poke you in the eye, you only have one set of eyelid. He actually has two. And that's going to protect his eyes, either when they're flying at high speeds or if he's flying through the desert scrub, he doesn't want to scratch his eye on a cactus thorn. Now, for those of you that have been keeping track and the teachers that have a good sense of humor, this animal here is my favorite North American bird of prey, second favorite worldwide. My favorite worldwide creature, which is on my wish list, is the harpy eagle. The harpy eagle is a very heavy, robust bird of prey found in the equatorial rainforest around our planet. Think of this. The harpy eagle is strong enough and fast enough to grab like a 30 or 40-pound sloth or howler monkey out of the tree. They go flying by the tree, rip it out, they crash down the ground, feed off of it, and then leave the rest for the scavengers. How cool of a program would it be at a library at our school if I had an eagle in my hand right now? I drop my fish, grabs one of these little ones and takes it into the library or the cafeteria and starts feeding off of it. You'd think it's funny. Come on, you know which kid you want to be eaten by the eagle. Don't lie. Some people don't think that joke's very funny, and if you don't think that's funny, you don't work with enough children. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get out the last animal. The last animal today is special because he will actually be walking around on the floor with me. Are students allowed to pet my animals? No. Can teachers and librarians? Yes. Because if they get scratched, bitten, or kicked, I think it's funny. Now, we want to remember our rules. Bottoms down, crisscross applesauce. Plant your bottoms there. Do not get up. Parents, plant your bottoms in your seat as well. I will help you all get as best of a picture as you can. But this is not an animal that you take your phone up and start walking to try and take a picture. He's getting old enough now, that looks like you're starting to stalk him. And you will not like his reply when he thinks he's being stalked. So bottoms down, crisscross applesauce. Save your questions. You have an answer one of mine. You can raise your hand. Catch a bubble, buddy. Save your questions with an answer to mine. You can raise your hand. Let's go to work. I'd like you all to meet Toby. Say hi, Toby. How many of you can raise your hand and identify Toby? What do we got here? Let's go. We got a kangaroo in the library. How awesome is that today? Now listen, catch your bubbles. Mouths closed, ears open. Now, Toby here is a red kangaroo. Why are you climbing steps with me? Now this animal here is a red kangaroo. Now as a kangaroo, he is a mammal. Now there are 4 characteristics that make mammals mammals. I need you to name them for me. Sit still. What's one of the 4 characteristics of a mammal? Go. Very good. Live birth. Did any of you hatch out of an egg to get here on the planet? No. Did your mother cough a thumb and you grow from that? No. You got here as a baby, even though you think some of them are the spawn of Satan. They were all babies. Now, back when you all were babies, you'd be a lot cuter than you are right now. That's not true of Toby here. When Toby here was born alive about 15 months ago, he didn't look anything like this. When Toby was born alive as a baby, he was about this big and he looked like a gummy bear. Now, what's another characteristic of our mammal? Live birth. Give me another one. Go. You have to have hair or fur. Look at me. Am I losing mine? Yeah, I don't care. I'm married. I'm giving up. I haven't paid for a haircut. Mammals have to have hair or fur. We may not always have it, but we have to have hair or fur. When Toby was born alive as a baby, he had no fur on his body. And his eyes were closed. His ears, his limbs, his tail. None of this was even formed yet. This little guy had to climb from where he's born to get into his mother's what? What did he climb into? Pouch. What do mammals feed their babies? What inside that pouch? What did he survive off of? Go. Milk. When you all were babies, before you ate baby food, You drank milk from Mama. Deal with that. Now Toby here climbed inside his mother's pouch and was drinking milk. He came to live with us when he was very young. Toby came to live with us at approximately 4 months of age. Now, what you gotta understand, when Toby came to live with me, he was 2.7 pounds. My wife and I did not co-sleep with our human children, but Toby spent months in bed with us. Until he could thermoregulate, he had to sleep next to a human body. Now, the cool thing about that is I got him trained rather quickly to sleep in a pack and play in the living room by himself. Parents, get those kids out of your bed and in their own bed as soon as possible. Now, Toby, you can't go into life that way. No. Now, what you got to think about with Toby here? Live birth, having hair, mama fed him milk. What's that other characteristic for us? You can name me another one. Take 2 fingers, touch your skin. Are you warm or cold? Warm. I'm actually trying to sweat already a little bit in here. Now, what you got to understand about Toby here is Toby is warm-blooded underneath of that fur coat. Now, technically, he is no longer a Joey because he is weaned. He doesn't drink milk anymore. This is just watered down apple juice. You're looking at a toddler running around with a sippy cup and a diaper. But it makes it a very positive experience for him to still be able to program. Now, what you gotta understand here, these creatures, when Toby would be full grown, an intact male red kangaroo will stand 6'1", 6'5", 110 to 210 pounds, and would have the ability to beat the ever-loving snot out of me. Now, these kangaroos are found in a very large group in what we call a mob. Now, what they're going to think of this. In Australia, it's pretty much a very hot, dry continent everywhere. So these animals will be asleep during the day and awake and active at nighttime. What do we call that? Sleeping during the day, awake and active at nighttime. Go. Very good, nocturnal. So we have a nocturnal, sociable creature. And what these guys will do, have a little bit more. Pick it up from him. If he doesn't do it like that, then you got to burp him if he gets too much air. Now, what you got to think of here is these little guys will be living in that group, that mob, that collective. Now, they'll be sleeping during the day. If a predator comes up to them, the first thing these guys will do is these big males will stand up and flex their muscles. And they're much bigger through the upper body than me, 2-3 times bigger than me. And what these guys will do is if they cannot chase those predators away by flexing the muscles, the next thing he will do is these guys will start boxing. Listen, that's your bubble buddy. Now, you can see he's got 5 good claws on that front hand. Now, he can box closed or open fist to chase those predators away. Now, an intact male red kangaroo's hands will be as big as mine and then get those claws. Boxing closed or open fist to chase those predators away. If that still doesn't work, now, it's kind of, he's being lazy today because he had a big breakfast. This tail right here is nothing but a strong group of muscle. And that tail right there is going to be important because this guy can lean all the way back on the tail. You've seen him use it as a kickstand. They can actually lean all the way back on that tail, sit honey, holding his entire body weight where he can kick you with his hind feet. Now I did 12 years of Catholic education with nuns that taught me Latin. I have to teach you Latin or they'll haunt me. They're nuns, they know how to do it. New word, macropod. Say it please. Macropod. Macro means big, micro means small. We can remember that with a microscope. Pod is the singular version of peda, not pea. Think of millipede, which means feet. So if I use the term macropod, some of you are looking at me going, Bob, are you talking about Bigfoot or Sasquatch? Those do not exist, and those are really stupid TV shows, I'll tell you honestly. But you're looking at a 15-month-old, about a 22-pound baby right now. Look at the size of that foot. That's his ankle. That's his knee. There's one toe here on the outside. Most people don't normally get to see. That big toe right here is the second digit with 3 and 4 on the inside. This guy can lean all the way back on that tail, kick you with those hind feet. If an intact male red kangaroo kicks me square in the chest, I can fly across the room. Or they can change the angle of this ankle. And with that second toenail right here, here's your descriptive language for your writing today. A kangaroo can disembowel you, meaning it slices open your stomach and your intestine spills out on the floor. A kangaroo can eviscerate you, slicing a femoral artery in your thigh to bleed out in 90 seconds. Go pet him. Does it remind you of a rabbit? Okay. 5 digits on the front feet, 4 digits on the back feet. You're basically looking at a 6-foot-tall killer bunny that can disembowel a human. Monty Python didn't get that one right. Now, what you gotta understand here, Toby will be able to be retired by the end of the week. We will be wrapping up our summer reading program for us. Now, we are considering not getting Toby neutered. Most of the time when I get my red kangaroos, I neuter them. They'll be, an adult male will only get to be about this tall, 60 to 80 pounds. The neutering keeps them smaller. But Toby came to us at such a young age that he bonded very well with us. Now, being the father of a son and then the father of a daughter has been two totally different experiences for me. And that's where I have a master plan. Here's this. My 2-year-old daughter thinks Toby is her baby. And Toby thinks that's his mama and I'm dad. Let's leave him intact. Fast forward to about 10 years when she starts thinking about dating. These boys start showing up around my farm. 6'4", 240, 32-inch biceps. If I don't like the guy, I go, honey, go feed Toby. The guy doesn't get the hint. We can stand in front of the judge and go, Your Honor, I don't know how his intestine got strewn all over the pasture. Come on, jump in. I know. I need to sew him a bigger bag. He's too big for this one now. Now, the kangaroo is part of that special group of mammal that has a pouch or a pocket for their young. What do we call that group of mammal that has a pouch or pocket? Go. Very good, son. Marsupial. Say it, please. Marsupial. Now, do we have kangaroos hopping around the wilds of Tennessee? No. Mine only got out of the gate once, and it was a very interesting phone conversation somebody had with the Murray County Sheriff's Department. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. There's a kangaroo on Sawmill Pike, and I ain't been drinking. Luckily, the sheriff knows me. He sends me a text. He goes, Bob, the gate's open, the roo's in the road, making a scene. Fix it. Now, we do not have kangaroos hopping around the wilds of Tennessee, but do we have a marsupial here in Tennessee? Yes. Name me the only marsupial in North America. Possum. Ladies, when you think about reincarnation, do not look past being a possum. When a possum gives birth, they give birth to 30 babies at one time. Labor is so intensive, you sleep during the entire process. You give birth to 30 babies, they're going to be born roughly the size of a grain of rice. Now, you give birth to 30 on average, 8 make it inside your pouch, the rest die within the first few minutes. This is all right, because you actually don't even know your mother. You don't even know your mother till months later when they climb outside of your pouch, spooking you one afternoon. By this point in time, they're toddlers, so you don't have to worry about that pesky newborn care. The best thing I think about being a possum, you're only pregnant for 13 days. See, now you're sold. You're the most toothed mammal in North America with 52 sharp teeth. You have a 95% immunity to rabies. You are a carrion eater, so you always know where your next meal is going to be. Just walk around the roads. Now, what you got to think about Toby here, me and my animals. Hi, buddy. I love my job. It's a great job. Everybody thinks that this job is awesome. You like it when he sucks his thumb? He looks like a little baby, doesn't he? Now, raise your hand if you want to get a job like mine. Good. Hands down. Raise your hand if you think this is a good job. Good. Now, if you want to get a job like mine, you have to do well in school. You have to do well in school so you can go to high school. You have to work hard in high school to go to college. You have to work extremely hard to get a job that you're never going to make a lot of money. Most importantly, you cannot get in trouble for drugs, alcohol, or crime. These do not help you out in life. If you do get in trouble for it, you will not be able to have the permits to have these animals to do this job. And I love my job. It's a great job. Everybody thinks that teaching little ones is the best part of my job. It's not. I enjoy it. It's just not the best part. Some people think it's raising the animals. I've raised all different types of creatures. This is actually the 4th kangaroo I've raised in my home. I love raising animals. It's still not the best part. You got to think about this. The best part of my job is every day I get paid to aggravate principals, teachers, librarians. Now, is it more fun putting little 20-pound bell babies on Miss Laura and watch her rocket like a crazy lady? Because I can't care. That's her little grand room now. Now, is it more fun putting bottle babies on diapers on Miss Laura, or do you like it when we put the 200-pound python on her? Python. I think the python's the easier one. Now, what you got to think about these animals. These are wonderful programming creatures. They are not pets, though, even though that one thinks he's part of our family. He actually doesn't even know that he's a kangaroo. Now, he has transitioned very well. He is now either traveling with me on the road or living full-time in the pasture with the other ones. And we have another kangaroo that was almost 3 times his size already, and they've bonded very well. They live in the pasture with the muntjac. If y'all remember the little fanged deer from Indonesia, the muntjac, the kangaroos, the potbelly pigs, and the goats all get along very well in the pasture. Now, You all have done very good. Unfortunately, as usual, we've talked too long, and I got to load up and hit another library for this afternoon. So if you have any questions, let's remember, you're in a library. Go check out a book. You can't find the right book, ask the librarians to help you out. Parents, if any of you all are Facebookers, you can fan the company. That'll tell you when we're doing other public programming in the area. For the quirky teachers that have a good sense of humor, we've started this with a partnership with Tennessee State Parks. They're very popular. It's called Wildlife and Wine with Bob Tarter. Teachers need medication, seriously. It's a good medication. Come on now. Now, you all have done very good. On your way out the door, the volunteer will be able to hand out the coloring sheets that have the correct spelling for all the animals' names, as well as we've got our reading foreman that will have the bookmarks right in the cubby hole on your left. And the bookmarks have the red kangaroo information on there, as well as you can find us more online. The thing that I like most about that bookmark one is you will see a very distinctive male standing on the right side of the picture and the females on the left, and you'll see how much bigger these guys are. You have done great. I am proud of you. Parents, give yourselves a big round of applause. And we'll see you all again. I'm coming.
What do this sea turtle, this rhino, and this pelican all have in common? Stick around and you'll find out. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, and this is Nikki and Nellie, two rescued dogs, one from Nashville and one from Hurricane Katrina. And they both have found loving adoptive homes in Florida. You know, when we think of rescued animals, we often think of domesticated animals, like dogs and cats. But wild animals need our help too. Whether searching for food, fending off predators, defending their territory, battling viruses and diseases, or simply enduring weather, daily life can be a challenge. And then you throw in human impacts like pollution and habitat destruction, and it can go from challenging to life-threatening. Thankfully, though, there are dedicated individuals, organizations, and companies which are committed to helping save wildlife and their habitats. And here are just a few of their amazing stories in this episode of Saving a Species, Animals in Peril. Sea turtles have been swimming in the oceans for more than 245 million years. One of only 4 reptiles that live in saltwater, sea turtles used to number in the millions. But today, they're in trouble and face an uncertain future. But first, what do you know about sea turtles? Not much? Well, you're not alone. Even scientists don't know that much about them. And that's because sea turtles spend about 98% of their lives in the water, where we can't see what they're doing. As soon as sea turtles hatch, they scramble to the water and disappear. Under normal circumstances, no one will see them again until many years later. And then it's only the females when they return to the beach to nest. The only other time we see them is when they come ashore injured, ill, or accidentally caught in fishing gear. In fact, although scientists have studied nesting females for many years, most of what we know about sea turtles comes from caring for those that have been rescued. Statistically, fewer than 1 out of 1,000 sea turtle eggs laid actually make it to adulthood, where they are then susceptible to a number of illnesses and injuries. These can be caused by red tides and ocean disturbances, predators, pollution, fishing gear, and other hazards. But if they're lucky enough to reach shore, the turtles have a chance of being rescued and cared for by highly skilled animal care experts and veterinarians, like those at SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida. And that brings us to an amazing story of a loggerhead sea turtle that was brought to SeaWorld after being found in distress at the Port St. Lucie power plant in February of 2005. Because of his appearance, they called him Grandpa, and the name stuck. He looks pretty healthy now, but not that long ago, there wasn't a lot of hope for his survival. When Grandpa was brought to SeaWorld, he was missing his entire lower mandible, or jaw, likely the victim of a run-in with a human. That meant he was unable to eat, which would have meant certain death out in the wild. Aquarist Jenny Albert was on duty when the turtle arrived.
He looked like kind of the typical subadult loggerhead that was very malnourished, quite a few bit of barnacles on top, and all of a sudden he lifted his head to breathe and we noticed he's missing his entire lower jaw. From that point on, we knew that he was one of our most special turtles that we would have to rehabilitate. Immediately the wheels were turning with everybody on how to fit this turtle's needs into our daily routine.
Grandpa's injuries were a first for the experienced rehabilitation team at SeaWorld. This group has worked with injured and ill sea turtles for more than 25 years.
A lot of the injuries we see here are boat-related, boat hits, fishing hook ingestion, a lot of times foreign object ingestion. This turtle presented with the same symptoms of being malnourished, but he wanted to eat. He was starving. He was ravenous when he got here. He wanted to eat, but couldn't.
Dr. Mike Walsh was the lead veterinarian for Grandpa's medical care.
In the time that I've been dealing with sea turtles over the last 2 decades, I've never seen an injury quite like this. To actually lose the ability to feed yourself is different from anything else we've dealt with.
The first order of business was getting food into the malnourished reptile, and that was easier said than done.
He rejected everything we tried. He fought us tooth and nail during the tube feedings. They're strong animals to begin with, so it took quite a few staff members to hold him down in a safe way that we can access his mouth and his throat. So it was quite challenging for us.
But once the turtle realized that he was actually getting food, he quit fighting, and Jenny and her team were able to start working to feed the turtle by hand.
But what Jenny had to do was take enough time to gain his trust and say, this is how you're going to get your food. I can put it in a position where you can grab it and actually suck it down. And eventually the hope was that he would be able to get it off the bottom on his own.
Although Grandpa will never be able to be released into the wild again, his rehabilitation is almost complete.
He's doing wonderful. When he was able to eat the food off the bottom for the first time in here, I think everybody heard me, and I was so excited that he could do that. But he can eat by himself now and catch fish through the mid-water column and off the ground. So he's doing great.
That, to me, was tremendous. We actually were able to take an animal that had no chance of survival in the wild and give him another plus in life.
What an amazing story of survival. But it sure would be better to prevent this type of injury from happening again. And that's the goal of a World Wildlife Fund project supported by the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund. Every year, hundreds of thousands of sea turtles are accidentally caught by commercial fishermen. A key challenge in the conservation of these animals is their wide-ranging and highly migratory nature. This poses an international challenge requiring an international response. Some scientists warn that these giant turtles could face extinction in the next few decades unless dramatic conservation action occurs. But World Wildlife Fund is working to change that. Kim Davis is the fund's Deputy Director of Fisheries Programs.
Scientists estimate that more than 250,000 sea turtles, just leatherbacks and loggerheads, just those 2 species alone, are caught each year as fisheries bycatch. And many of these turtles are taken in the course of longline fishing, fishing with long horizontal lines, small vertical lines off of them, and hooks at the bottom. The hooks that are normally used for longline fishing, or that are often used, are shaped like J's. Many sea turtles are snagged and caught on these J-shaped hooks. It turns out that if we use hooks that are shaped like circles instead, many fewer sea turtles will be caught. It's a simple, powerful change. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund has made this possible. They have helped us send people to the ports, to fishing villages, to spend time talking with fishermen about how we can work together. So the fishermen understand that we're looking for solutions that work for them, that work for the turtles, that work for all of us.
Now that's conservation at work. But conservation depends on all of us doing what we can to help. So what can you do to help sea turtles survive? Actually, there are a number of things. From supporting organizations that protect sea turtles and their habitats, to reducing the trash that makes its way to the ocean. Plastic bags are often mistaken for jellyfish, a favorite prey animal of some sea turtles. And once ingested, an everyday plastic bag like this can prove fatal. You can help protect sea turtles and other ocean animals by picking up trash. Sometimes it can be that simple. Effective conservation is a big job, but preserving turtles and their habitat is worth the work. Other threats to the survival of sea turtles are the increasing scarcity of safe nesting beaches, as well as the widespread poaching of turtle eggs. In 2004, a remote beach in Costa Rica, Playa Junquial, experienced an egg poaching rate of 100%. It was a critical nesting site for endangered leatherback sea turtles, and this beach captured the attention of scientists and conservationists seeking its protection. Historically, local teenagers would poach the eggs as income for their families. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund supported a conservation education program targeting these teenagers and their families, encouraging alternative income generated from ecotourism. As a result of this program, the poaching rate at Playa Junquial was reduced to 0% in 2005. Not a single egg was poached. Today, these one-time poachers are now naturalists and interpreters, sharing the story of this incredible species with visiting tourists and the greater Costa Rican community. All over the world, people are working to save species and habitats. From grassroots groups to large conservation organizations, dedicated people are committed to understanding and preserving the biodiversity of our planet. Without this type of support, many of these projects would disappear, and with them, the animals and environments they are working to protect. That's why the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund provides so much needed support to such a diverse group of projects, both here in the U.S. and around the world. Partnerships with other organizations keep conservation work alive, and many times those partners are zoos that are at the forefront of saving species. And it was their work to save rhinos that brought Busch Gardens Tampa Bay together with the World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation. Rhinoceroses are one of the most endangered species in the world today. For millions of years, they were abundant. But just since 1970, the world's population of rhinos has declined by 90%, making all 5 remaining species in danger of extinction. World Wildlife Fund's chief scientist, Eric Dinnerstein, has studied rhinos for decades.
Rhinos weren't always rare. In fact, rhinos are an example of probably one of the most successful groups of mammals that ever lived on the planet. But what we have today is just a depauperate group that's left. We have 5 species, 2 in Africa and 3 in Asia.
The zoological staff at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay has cared for black rhinos for more than 35 years. During that time, they have added significantly to our understanding of the rhino's dietary needs, social behavior, and reproductive physiology. And their success in breeding has been proven by the 8 healthy black rhino calves born at the park. Most people aren't aware that more than 80% of all mammals in zoos have been bred and born in zoos, in carefully managed programs that protect genetic diversity and the health of the animals. Occasionally, though, animals are brought to zoological facilities from the wild for a variety of conservation reasons. Sometimes animals are moved to avoid overcrowding in the limited wild habitat remaining. Or sometimes they are moved to establish healthy conservation populations in other parts of the world. These types of measures have helped save some entire species. As successful as Busch Gardens has been breeding black rhinos, there was a little bit of a glitch with breeding the white rhinos. The problem? 2 males and no females. So zoo officials turned to the International Rhino Foundation for help. The foundation coordinates the placements of white rhinos all over the world, including animals that can be moved from the wild. After a stringent review, the foundation matched Busch Gardens with Kruger National Park in South Africa. Kruger National Park has an extraordinary white rhino conservation program. In fact, it's been so successful that they're able to relocate a number of white rhinos each year for conservation purposes. And 3 were identified for relocation to Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. So lead keeper Jason Green and veterinarian Dr. Mike Burton headed off to Africa to be introduced to the rhinos and to escort them back to their new home.
Welcome in South Africa. I suppose it's your first trip down there.
Yeah.
I think the main thing you're here for is the rhinos. Let's go and have a look at them.
Excellent.
You guys, you like it?
As soon as we arrive at Kruger, we go to meet Johan Milan and see the rhinos we'll be taking back. Johan is one of the vet techs that works on the capture team, and it's his job to care for the rhinos, make sure they're healthy and prepared for the move. The rhinos that are brought here are chosen after a lengthy process. First, park rangers determine if any rhino group is too densely populated. If it is, then they determine which of those rhinos need to be moved. The next step is to decide whether it will be a translocation to another wildlife area or a relocation to a zoological facility. If it's a relocation, then the animals come here to be prepared for the transport. Over a period of months, the rhinos are moved along through a series of enclosures called bomas, where they are gradually acclimated to unfamiliar noises, vehicle traffic, and contact with humans. Animal health and safety is a #1 priority here, and everything is done to ensure that the animals are adapting well to the changes.
And if they don't seem to be adapting, you just turn back home?
We just take them straight away to where we've captured them. So they know the area, they know where's the water, everything.
The last step in the acclimation process is to move shipping crates into the enclosures with the animals. From this point on, the rhinos are fed in the crates, which makes them become just another non-threatening part of the rhino's environment. Our last day at Kruger starts early because there are several other rhinos to be loaded for transport in addition to our 3. By 6 a.m., people are hustling everywhere, and soon everything is underway. After months of work to prepare the rhinos for the trip, the loading process moves really smoothly. Since there is a lot of activity and extra people associated with the move, each rhino is darted with a mild sedative that relaxes it and keeps it calm. Next, Johan and his crew lure the rhino into the crate with a rice bag on a stick. And after the rhino is in the crate, the crew puts in the rear bars of the crate to secure the animal inside. Last, the outer doors of the crate go on, and it's lifted by a crane and set onto the flatbed semi that will transport the rhinos to the airport. I'm really impressed at how quickly and efficiently the rhinos are loaded. By 10 o'clock, we're ready to head for the airport at Johannesburg, and before long, these guys will be in their new home. I'm really proud to be part of a conservation effort that's making such a difference for an endangered species. I really feel like I'm part of something that's going to last for a long time, kind of a legacy for the rhinos. What an experience that trip was. But the best part of all is how well they've done since they've been here at Busch Gardens. They live on our huge Serengeti plain with our 2 other rhinos, and since then, we've even had 2 calves. I really feel we're making a difference.
Zoos offer many resources for preserving species, and our ability to collect data on the animals in our care can help those who care for and maintain wild populations too. We firmly believe that knowledge is the key to conservation success, because the more we know about these guys, the smarter we can work for them. Here's another simple solution to a potential life-threatening situation. The Florida manatee is one of the most endangered marine mammals in the United States, and entanglement is a small but significant cause of injury and death to these gentle mammals. Senior biologist Dr. Ann Bowles of Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute may have found a solution.
Manatees are specialized for the sense of touch, so in order for them to understand what something is, they have to touch it, go up to it. They become entangled when they find something unusual in their environment, the crab pot plus the line plus the float on the surface, and they begin to manipulate it as they explore it. It becomes wrapped around their pectoral flippers or their body and tightens so they can't get out.
Preventing these entanglements became a priority for Dr. Bowles and the Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute.
We need to find something that the fishermen would be able to use. So what we are now working with is called calf rope. It's used in rodeos, but it's made out of stiff nylon, and it's designed to hold a struggling animal without tightening on it. What we've done is to create a line that is safe for them to manipulate. They can touch it as much as they want. Even if it circles around them, they'll be able to slide right out of it. So we've made it safe.
Drought, flooding, hurricanes, fires, diseases, these are all natural events that we can't control. But even though we can't prevent these things from happening, we know we can make a difference in the course of what happens afterwards, at least in the lives of animals that are injured, ill, or displaced from their homes. Hurricanes are powerful storms that wreak havoc in their paths, often destroying homes, businesses, and lives. These storms also destroy animal habitats and occasionally aquariums or zoos in the path of the storm, leaving animals stranded and sometimes injured. And that's when zoos and aquariums can come to the rescue. From doing things like sending veterinarians and supplies to the affected areas, to rescuing displaced or injured animals and providing temporary housing, help takes many forms. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biologist Nicole Adame knows the agency can always rely on SeaWorld and Busch Gardens for help.
We work with SeaWorld as a partner in our rehabilitation program and our rescue program, and we would call them when there's an injured or distressed animal, and they would go out and assess the situation, determine the best course of action for that animal. So we rely on them to be our eyes and our ears out in the field and to make the best judgment, the best decision for those animals.
Disasters notwithstanding, more often it's a subtle natural event that causes a perplexing problem, as was the case for these endangered brown pelicans. The Salton Sea in Southern California is an important stop for migratory birds on the Pacific Flyway. With only 5% of wetlands remaining in the area, more than 400 species of birds come to the sea and its marshes. However, since 1976, some of the endangered brown pelicans that stop here have contracted avian botulism, a debilitating disease that causes muscle paralysis and, without treatment, certain death. Scientists believe the birds get the botulism from tilapia, one of the fish in the Salton Sea. SeaWorld San Diego is one of several rescue facilities for the sick pelicans. And over the years, a medical protocol has been established for this problem, so veterinarians and aviculturists can quickly begin treatment.
The disease botulism causes muscle paralysis. Not every bird has the same problems. Some are so severely affected they can't hold their head up, they can't blink, they can't even move their wings. What's critical in therapy for botulism is to act very quickly.
Rehabilitation usually takes several weeks, but soon the pelicans are healthy enough to go back to the wild.
Okay, let's do it. Let him go.
Every year, SeaWorld treats an average of 75 endangered brown pelicans that have fallen ill at the Salton Sea. And we'll be ready to help next year, and the year after that, and every year the birds need our help. Unfortunately, natural events will continue to adversely affect wildlife. But with enough people willing to work to repair the damage, injured, ill, or stranded animals will continue to have hope after the disaster strikes. You may be wondering how a simple tool like a computer can actually help save wildlife. Well, a group of students from both the U.S. and Africa definitely showed us how. The bushmeat trade in Africa kills thousands of forest animals every year. To increase awareness of this wildlife crisis, Cameroon's Limbe Wildlife Center used the internet to link students there with students at Busch Gardens Adventure Camp. Through this cyberspace connection, Patrick Waitman and other students learned how worldwide conservation can help.
Killing populations of endangered animals just so that they can survive, because they need to.
provide for them. They're themselves not thinking about the big picture, and it's education that can help fix that.
And can communication, education, and conservation really make a difference?
It can, if there's enough involvement, enough enthusiasm from people willing to help, and they're willing to participate. We can maybe help figure out ways to cut back on bushmeat. Just a little bit of ingenuity, a little help from outside sources, just to show them different ways of obtaining food.
Over the past 30 years, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have rescued more than 14,000 animals, from ill or injured manatees like these guys to a stranded infant gray whale. Every new challenge we face brings opportunities for new research and new knowledge that oftentimes makes the next rescue and rehabilitation easier. One of our partners in our quest for knowledge is the Hub SeaWorld Research Institute, an internationally renowned facility dedicated to learning about and preserving the world's oceans. Hub SeaWorld Research Institute has spent decades devoted to research and scientific discovery about the ocean and its inhabitants. Researchers employ many techniques to learn more, but much of their research on animals has been conducted on marine species during their rehabilitation after rescue. And while the information collected has been valuable in understanding more about every species studied, little is known about how, or even if, the time spent in rehabilitative care affects the animals once they are returned to the wild. And that's just what Dr. Brent Stewart, Senior Research Biologist at the Institute, hopes to change with satellite tracking.
The tracking information is really important because it gives us information about what the animals do naturally after they're reacquainted with the marine environment. The first step is how well they do once they're released. Do they survive? How long do they survive? And then where do they go? And how well do they integrate back into the environment that they had been living in?
The insights gained by tracking animals after release may help improve techniques, both in rescue and rehabilitation, so that every animal has an even better chance of survival.
It's encouraging. The animals seem to be able to re-enter the marine environment and do what they should be doing to survive.
From rescue and rehabilitation, to breeding of endangered species, to studying species and habitat, we're committed to making the world a better, safer place for all wildlife. But we can save species, and we can save habitat, and we can make a difference. One animal, one habitat, one day at a time. Whether we're helping wild animals or dogs like Nikki and Nellie, it's certainly worth it. For the future, for the animals, and for the planet. On behalf of SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, thanks for watching this episode of Saving a Species.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told.
The animals featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund,
a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support for the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Let's face it, without brains, our bodies wouldn't know what to do. And more than ever, we let technology do the thinking for us.
Please drive to highlighted ground.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I would do without modern technology. But without me, would a machine be just a hunk of metal? Or are brains, bodies, and machines inextricably linked? I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Johnny Alonzo. In this episode of NASA 360, we're going to explore the connection between the body, the mind, and machine. From tools we'll use for future space travel, built to think like us, and even look like us.
Two very real applications we need right now, right here on Earth. But first, mind and machine merge in the virtual reality of the International Space Station.
Can you imagine what it'd be like doing a spacewalk? I mean, what goes on through your mind the second you dip out of the craft into the vastness of space? Awe, fear, total amazement? Yeah, definitely all of the above. But how do astronauts prepare for such an experience like that? Follow me. Well, for one thing, they swap stories. But they also pay a visit to this guy, Dave Homan, here at the Virtual Reality Lab at Johnson Space Center. How are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Glad to see you.
So, astronauts do some training here, right?
They do their training here. This is a virtual reality facility. We can assemble the actual space station orbiter configuration as it would actually be in space.
Can we give it a test, man?
Sure thing.
Let's go.
Right in there.
Right on. And that's gonna be me, right? I wish it was in basic black. I'm so gonna throw up.
We just shampooed the carpets last night. This is essentially where the astronauts come to work their protocol and procedures with between EVA crew members and the robotic arm operators, so that it becomes like second nature to them. This is a place where they can actually work out those protocols on the ground before they get into space, and so that it's familiar to them, and it's not a surprise when they get on orbit.
You know, I can totally see how this would help astronauts. Thanks, Dave.
Sure thing. You ready to get out?
Absolutely. Okay. Look, whether you're aware of it or not, our brain is constantly responding to stimulus. I mean, thanks to our various senses, like our eyes, our ears. You get the picture. But when that stimulus is coming from a machine, does our brain respond the same way? Well, my good friend Jennifer Pulley at NASA Langley Research Center is taking a closer look at planes and pilots. See how they work together. Take flight.
One of the finest examples in history of how humans have used their minds to build machines to take their body places is aviation. Now, the technology aboard planes has come a long way, of course. Cockpits are digital, and they're more automated than ever. But is it possible to have too much of a good thing? Let's find out. This is a 757 cockpit. You have all the head-down information you would typically have. We have something here called a head-up display that I'm going to show you if you'd like. If you'd like to fly, I can show you a new technology we've been working on. Would I like to fly? Would I like to fly? Yes! Stir clutch? Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and put the sim into operate. You know, this reminds me of like driving a car. You know, same deal. You've got your speedometer at the outside, but I don't have all these instruments on my car. How do pilots not get overwhelmed and take all this in?
That is a great question. The testing we do in here is we're looking at the best way to present information to a pilot. We want to do that so he maintains his situational awareness, so you remember there's a mountain out there. You remember which runway you're landing on. 16 right at Reno, not 16 left. And by doing that, we want to increase their situational awareness, but we also want to make sure their mental workload doesn't get so out of hand that it's overwhelming to fly.
So what I hear you saying is you're looking at sort of a combination between protocol, aesthetics, what you see, and psychology.
That's exactly right. We're looking at how humans best deal with information, how to best present that to them, and where to put it, and it's everything from visual to controls.
Sounds like it's never a dull moment for the pilot.
Probably not, but you know what? On a long flight, like a long en route flight from, say, Paris to New York, at nighttime, when you really probably want to be sleeping, pilots, they keep all the information there, but they could become complacent. not bored or anything like that, but there's technologies that you can look at. In fact, Dr. Alan Pope here at NASA Langley has been looking at brave wave technology in simulators to be able to determine when a pilot might be becoming complacent.
Linda, I will be sure to talk to him. Thank you so much for your time.
So welcome. Thank you for coming.
Letting me fly.
You did a great job.
I appreciate that. All right, up next, Johnny Alonzo's down in Houston, Texas, and he's going to be looking at another NASA study designed to help pilots prepare for situations where they need to be 100%, especially when their minds and bodies aren't cooperating.
One very serious hazard for pilots is that moment when your eyes, your body, and the seat of your pants are telling you something completely different than what your plane is telling you. I mean, you can get thrown off, especially when you need to make a crucial decision, like when you're landing. Can we train the mind and body to work together to handle these intense situations? Maybe Dr. Scott Wood could tell us. Come on in. Doctor, how you doing? Okay, good to see you. So, tell me, what do you do here to keep these astronauts cool?
Oh, you know, we're just getting ready to start a study. Why don't we show you in the next room?
Let's go. Let's go. So what do we have here?
What we have here is a motion simulator that we've used with pilots and some of our returning astronauts.
Okay.
So it's creating some of the confusing, challenging sensory conditions that pilots experience.
All right.
And what we're really excited about is some of the new sensory aids that we've been looking at. Actually, this has been developed through some research in the Navy. And the point is, sometimes when you're in these challenging situations, it's not that we don't have enough information for the pilot in the displays. Sometimes it's just grabbing their attention, having them pay attention to it. And that's the point of these tactors. So these are small little pager motors. They're right here. And what they do is they vibrate.
So wait, let me clarify something. These are sensors. So, I mean, when it's strapped on the body, if the pilot has to go right, they will feel like a vibration on the right side of their body.
That's correct, yeah. That's their feedback. It's kind of like a tap on the shoulder just to get their attention and let them know what direction they need to correct.
Very cool. And you said you have Julie helping us out today?
Yeah, so Julie's going to wear these and get in our motion simulator.
You're braver than I am, I'll tell you that.
Okay, Julie, now we're going to try that with the tactor feedback.
So what are you having her do, Doc?
We're having her controller positioned so as the computer moves the chair off axis, she's trying to keep herself centered, similar to a pilot trying to keep their aircraft hovering in the same position.
I am so glad that's not me. Look, don't go anywhere. When NASA 360 returns, we're going to take a closer look at your brain.
Notice that anytime you're thrown off balance, the first thing you want to do is to get some solid footing. Well, your feet know where to go because you know which way is up and you know which way is down. You can do that because of something called the vestibular system. Now that's the system that sends signals from the inner ears to the eyes to the muscles that keep us upright. Most of the time, the vestibular system does its thing without us ever having to consciously think about it. But guess what? In space, in the free fall of microgravity, there is no up and there is no down. And that throws the vestibular system way off. In fact, it makes some people physically ill. It's a little something that folks here at NASA call space motion sickness. But researchers think with a little training, astronauts can actually use their minds to overcome their body's desire to, well, you know.
It's true. Space motion sickness causes problems, but NASA is now working on additional training for astronauts before they fly, and this is where that'll happen. This is Deborah Harm, and she's working on ways to prevent space motion sickness. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good,
Nice
good to
meet
see you. My pleasure. What do you call this thing?
Its official name is DOME, which is an acronym for Device for Orientation and Motion Environments.
Okay.
But most people just think of it as a big virtual reality training system.
Cool.
And we're getting ready to test someone. Would you like to come in and see?
Sure, let's check it out. Okay. And I hope I don't get sick. Oh, wow. This is neat.
Full immersion virtual environment system.
Totally. When does space sickness often occur? On the way to space or throughout the mission?
It doesn't occur throughout the mission. The biggest time for space motion sickness is in the first 24 to 72 hours on orbit, and then again upon return from spaceflight.
Oh.
So, and any time you change the gravity conditions, there's likely to be some motion sickness.
Can we fire this up?
Yep, it's ready to go. We just have to show her how to use the space ball, and she can fly through the station.
Well, while you're showing her, I'm walking out. You guys do what you gotta do. Deborah, that was awesome. Thank you so much for everything.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure.
Talk about mind over matter. Jennifer, you're up.
Now, we all know that when our minds begin to wander, we are a lot slower to respond to things. And really, that's not good if you're a pilot. But what makes that happen? Our friend, Dr. Alan Pope. Hi, Dr. Pope.
Hi.
He decided to actually take a closer look into what was going on in the brains of those pilots as their minds were beginning to wander, right?
That's right. We used an electroencephalogram, or EEG, to study the pilot's brainwaves while they were interacting with flight deck technology.
What is a brainwave? I mean, I know I have them going on. I don't think I've ever seen one before.
Well, they look like waves. There are large waves and small waves. And we studied 3 different kinds of brainwaves: alpha waves, beta waves, and theta waves. And they differ from each other by their size, how large the valleys and hills are, and how spread apart they are.
Now, the system that you used in your study to study the pilot's brainwaves, a little different than an EEG. Tell me about it.
We started using a closed-loop system, and it's closed-loop because the pilot's brainwaves are connected to the simulator.
Sounds like the pilots were actually controlling the simulator, like a mind control video game?
It's sort of like that. It is. And we realized that that kind of setup was very much like a neurofeedback system that's used to train to treat ADHD.
Well, what did you find?
Well, that's where this guy comes in, Dr. Dominic Greco. His company has an exclusive license with NASA to produce this video game technology.
And he's here?
He's here.
Oh, let's go meet him.
Hi, Dominic. How you doing?
Good, Alan.
This is Dr. Greco, the founder of Smart Brain Technologies.
So nice to meet you.
Pleasure meeting you, Jen.
This is amazing, a video game that's controlled by your brain.
It's controlled by your brain just like the work Dr. Pope was doing with the flight simulators. But instead of using a flight simulator, we're using real PlayStation and Xbox video games.
Can I try it?
Well, let's get going. You're getting lots of feedback from your brain activity.
Yeah, this vibration that I feel. What is that?
Vibration is saying that you're becoming a bit too anxious and you need to relax and calm down.
Now, why does this help kids with ADHD? And I'm thinking I might have ADHD, Dr. Greco.
As we measure that activity, we feed it through the neurofeedback device and it sends a signal to the game controller.
Okay.
So the only way you can be competitive in the game and do a good job is by producing the right kind of brain activity.
Oh, see, that's cool. Finish! I won! I don't know about that, but and this was my brain on technology. How cool is that? What's next? I'm sure there's something coming up.
Well, actually, I have some students right over here working on some stuff, so get unhooked and let's go.
All right. Help. Help.
Here's some of my students who are working on the next generation of neurofeedback video game with an educational component. Chase, what's going on here?
Well, Dr. Pope, as you know, education and video games have really, for the longest time, been 2 separate realms. So our project here is really to try and incorporate them and add a bit of fun into learning. The idea is to reward students if they keep more engaged. If you stay engaged enough, then you'll get a bonus later in the game during the interactive phase.
Thanks for being with us today, guys. We really appreciate it. Okay, guys, earlier in the show, we learned how our minds and machines work together to help prepare pilots for flight. Well, what about after they return to Earth?
Did you know that some astronauts, when they return to Earth, have problem with their locomotion? To find out what that means and how NASA's fixing it, Johnny Alonzo's on the scene.
Okay, so we know our vestibular system is what keeps us upright and balanced here on Earth. And that going into space completely throws it out of whack. But did you know that when you return from space, your vestibular system stays out of whack for up to a few weeks? Well, we can't have astronauts stumbling all over the place. So guys like Dr. Jacob Bloomberg here have devised training techniques to help astronauts readjust to Earth. How you doing, Doc?
How are you?
Good to see you. Why do astronauts have such a hard time readapting to Earth?
Well, the human brain is remarkably adaptable and adapts to the zero-G environment of space. The downside of that is when you return back to Earth, you need to readapt to the Earth environment. And that can even take up to several weeks at a time.
Wow. So, Doctor, tell me exactly what's going on here.
Well, during this training, subjects walk here on the treadmill, and while they're walking on the treadmill, you can see that the visual scene moves up and down, and also the walking surface moves up and down too. And what this provides is a balanced challenge while you're walking. And this trains the brain now to become more adaptable to deal with some of these challenges. So you get better at dealing with it over time.
This is great for astronauts. What about Earth applications?
Well, falling is a real big risk factor for older adults, and we've been using some of this training to train older subjects to become more adaptable. So we think that'll prevent them from falling in the future. So we see some really widespread applications for this type of training.
Well, Doctor, this is giving my brain and body a workout. Thank you for everything.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Listen, stay tuned, because when NASA 360 returns, we're going to take everything you've learned full circle with a look at robotics and bionics.
We all connect with various machines throughout the day, especially if we're at work. But what if your job is in an extremely remote location with intense physical demands? Oh, you might need your machine to do some of your work for you. Johnny Alonzo is going behind the scenes to ask NASA, what has your robot done for you lately?
Just getting to space is tough enough. And spacewalking, it's like an extreme sport. So I sometimes astronauts need a helping hand. Or two. That's why NASA teamed up with DARPA. Together they're working on Robonaut, a humanoid robot that's going to work alongside astronauts in the extremes of space. How cool is that? Come on, let's go see what they're doing. Hey, what's going on, bro?
Johnny,
hey,
man.
good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Needless to say, this is Robonaut, right?
Absolutely, this is Robonaut, and actually this is Robonaut in our planetary configuration. We actually have several different lower bodies that we put on Robonaut, but in this instantiation of the robot, we've got a four-wheel drive base.
Nice.
So we're visiting missions for the Moon and Mars.
This is just wild. I mean, it just looks like lasers should be shooting out.
Yeah, I know, it's fantastic. Actually, there are lasers shooting out of this thing right here. It scans out in front of the base, looking for rocks and stuff to, so the obstacle avoidance, things like that. And actually, in terms of the sensing all over the robot, we've got force sensing going on right here. So it knew to come in and not squeeze the box too hard. So it was actually actively sensing kind of the weight of the box.
So Nick, when do you see this Robonaut technology, being used, like on the moon?
So as we head back to the moon, circa 2020, before the human missions end up on the moon, you can envision Robonaut landing on the moon, a year or two ahead of the humans to start, digging trenches for lack of
putting together habitats.
Exactly, doing all the preparatory work that's going to be required so that when the astronauts land on the moon, they're just productive out of the box.
So is this timed 1-to-1?
Oh man, that's a great question. It depends on where it's operated from, and it depends on factors like the speed of light and stuff like that. So what we're actually looking in that instance is something that we call supervisory control, whereas I'm a guy back at Mission Control or a person in a lab or in a HAB module operating maybe 2 or 3 of these robots. And what I'm starting to do is I'm starting to tell the robot, go over here and do this activity. So I'm actually not controlling the actions of the robot one-to-one, but I've stepped back at a very high level and I'm controlling maybe 3 or 4 of these things, just pointing out activities for them to do.
So I just realized that Robonaut's spun, what, about 180 degrees?
When it's anthropomorphic like this, when I'm running the robot, it's then intuitive for me to control. So when I teleoperate the robot, I put the headset on, I put the virtual reality glove, and I step into this huge virtual environment of the robot. And I look down and I got robot arms, I got robot hands, I got robot legs. Yeah. And as I move around, the robot moves around and mimics my actions. You get a lot of advantage by making it look like a human.
Nick, thanks a lot, bro.
Johnny, pleasure, man.
See you soon, huh? Robonaut, later. Robotic technology obviously has some important applications in space, but lately, it's been making a huge impact here on Earth. Combining the powers of mind and the machine right where the body needs it, that's a technology with a whole lot of heart.
So, what do you get when you combine the revolutionary advancements in robotic arms and hands, like Robonaut has, with the neurofeedback technology that's helping kids with ADHD? Only the most amazing connection between mind, body, and machine. Bionic prosthetics. You heard me right. I'm talking about prosthetic hands and arms that are controlled by the mind. Jesse Sullivan has the first ever prototype. Just by thinking about it, he can remove a credit card from his pocket. He can stack cups using sensory feedback. The prosthetics can even improve his gait when the limbs are in the free swing mode. This is a culmination of decades worth of research by experts all over the country, and all brought together in just a few years for DARPA's revolutionizing prosthetics program, an idea born from the desire to help soldiers returning from war with the loss of limbs. Each element of the bionic prosthetic required a team of experts. Some perfected the control and dexterity of the mechanics. Others worked on the sensory feedback or on creating a lightweight design. And prototype 2 might include synthetic skin, flexible, integrated, lightweight, multifunctional skin called film skin. Oak Ridge National Lab is developing the temperature sensor for film skin, while the National Institute of Aerospace at NASA Langley Research Center develops advanced pressure sensors. Now, together, the sensors will allow an amputee to do something as simple as picking up a paper cup full of hot coffee. They'll be able to sense how hot it is and know how hard to squeeze the cup so they won't spill. Sounds simple? What were you expecting? Superhuman strength? It's only a matter of time. Human beings are continually adapting to new technology, yet there is still so much to learn about how our minds and bodies work together naturally. So, how deep will the relationship between mind, body, and machine go? Who's to say? A little human ingenuity goes a long way, and machines will no doubt join us in our endeavors, whether it's exploring new worlds or working to make our own a little bit better. For Johnny Alonso, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Thanks for watching NASA 360.
Wow. Am I a spaz or what? Is this working out?
The limbs are in the free swing mode. Ooh.
Looks like a brother of an ex-girlfriend that I dated a long time ago, so yeah, I kind of agree with you. God.
After they've gotten back from space.
Back to you with Chip. Oh, again? Okay. How does Robonaut dance?
Well, I mean, we've actually programmed the YMCA.
You did? Can you show?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's just...
But it wouldn't be like, kind of like...
It'd be kind of the YMCA.
Or, oh my God, this camera's rolling!
Welcome to the LaVergne Library Board, May 8th, 2023. I call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Our first order of business is to approve minutes for March 13th of 2023.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second. All right, so moved. All right, so our spring highlights. Oh, sorry. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so moving on correctly now. Our spring highlights. The library had a very successful Easter egg drive-through on April 1st, 2023. They gave away 720 half-pound chocolate bunnies. Wow.
Oh, wow.
I know. That's awesome. Thank you to LHS Project Lit on April 29th of 2023. There were 3 local authors, Whitney White, Angela Sutton, and Chris Stedman. The students offered arts and crafts, a puppet show, and book readings. It was a good day for the high school students to interact with the library patronage. There has been a great response to our book clubs. Upcoming dates, so mark your calendars. Better Off Read Book Club will be Monday, May 15th at 5:30 p.m. They will be reading The Last Thing He Told Me by Laura Dave. And then the Page Turners Book Club will meet Saturday, May 20th at 10:30 a.m. and they are reading The Midnight Library by Matt Haig. For our upcoming programs and events, Ms. Donna, would you like to walk us through those?
Sure, I'd be happy to. One of the first ones will be our Block Party Touch-a-Truck. You have probably seen these wonderful flyers and posters around town. It's great. We're looking forward to it. The library will have a tent there. All sorts of things will be happening. It's from 11 a.m. until 4 p.m. There will be vendors, activities, food trucks. The library will have some prize giveaways, some fun games, and we will also be giving away a flyer for our upcoming summer reading program. And we are full. We really have filled up the 6 weeks tremendously. So I'm looking forward to sending that out to you guys. We should be finished up with that by Thursday of this week, and I will email it to you so you will be the first ones to receive it before we even get it out to our patrons. So we have a great summer coming up. Hobo Road Band will be coming back, and they're called We're Back and We're Going Country. That will be in the library gallery, and that's Saturday, May 13th from 1 to 2 p.m. This will be their 3rd time with us, and the last time that they were there, pretty much it had doubled in attendance. So we're excited about that people are enjoying the music in the library. Summer Reading 2023 kickoff is going to be happening on Saturday, June 3rd. Our theme this year is All Together Now. A great theme. We're going to be talking about kindness, holding each other up, being united, just all sorts of fun things that incorporate all those great characters that we can have. It will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the kickoff. We're going to do Pick Up Your Summer Reading Bag, bounce house, inflatable slide, hot dogs and chips, face painting, and there'll be fun games for all. Of course, you can sign up and pick up your library reading bag throughout the whole 6 weeks, and that will be great. So if you don't get to make it on June 3rd, then you can come another day, and that will be just absolutely fun.
That sounds like a lot of fun. All right, so our May, June, and July closures. For Memorial Day weekend, the library will be closed on Saturday, May 27th, and on Monday, May 29th. For Juneteenth, we will be closed on Monday, June 19th. And then for Independence Day, we'll be closed on Tuesday, July 4th. All right, next item on the agenda, bylaws of the library board. We're going to review bylaws for discussion and revision at the July 10th library board meeting. Would you like to speak to anything on that, Ms. Donna?
I would like to speak to this for just a moment. The mayor asked me for the bylaws. I believe it was last meeting, and as I looked them up And I believe this is the last time that the bylaws had been updated. If you will look at the very back of that packet, it was adopted in November 16th, 1987.
Wow.
And it was amended March 17th, 1988. So we are ready for a little bit of update to our bylaws. So I would love for you all to look over carefully, and I'm doing the same thing. So as the mayor, I'll be talking to Bruce, our city administrator. There are a lot of things that need to be revised, a lot of things that no longer pertain to our library. So if you get an opportunity, please read through them, make notes, and then pretty much on July 10th, that will be our discussion of how we need to go about with our bylaws. And Mayor, I'd like for you to put in any comments that you feel necessary.
Well, this just goes along with all the other items we've been updating over the last 4 years. Philip, I would ask if you'd also have a look through these, make sure that we're compliant with state law, because I know that's changed a little bit since 1988. So,
yeah, will do.
Thank you.
One of the major changes have been the term limits. So I know that's something that we're really going to have to look at. That has been changed within the last 5 years, I believe. So we definitely want to look at the term limits. And we are no longer with the regional libraries, so that will be taken out. But there's some things that I know should be put in. And I look for you all to help me out with these. And
now, are these available online for the public to also give input?
Do you think at this time, or wait until we get them revised?
I would say, my thought would be do similar to what we're doing with the zoning ordinance, us put it together, and then put that draft out.
Okay.
Yes.
And let the public weigh in with changes.
Okay.
Sounds good. I was going to say the same thing.
Great minds.
This will keep from getting calls to the library to ask, so excellent.
But I think that's a great idea. Let's get our rough draft and get some of the language out that, of course, we know that we're no longer going to use, and go from there.
All right, thank you. All right, our library board schedule for 2023. Next meeting will be July 10th, and then we have September 11th and November 13th. And of course, our next one's Monday, July 10th at 5 p.m. Are there any comments from any of our board members?
I have a quick comment. I mentioned before the meeting, but I wanted to share with citizens and other board members as well. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Leadership Rutherford that is run by the Chamber. I'm about to graduate next month, and I'm very proud about it. It's been a fantastic experience.
Congratulations.
And wanted to recommend the program to everybody else. Applications are open through the end of the month. If you have any questions, feel free to email me, call me, reach out. Happy to answer any, but it's a wonderful experience and a great investment of time for leadership and service in our community.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
2 questions I've got. One would be a request to the board, but the library's Facebook page has a bunch of different events on that. If you would please share that out to all of your friends on social media, invite people. That just helps with their attendance numbers, which I know we're working to drive up. We hear about them every month. The other one, and we may have time, it just depends on how quickly we can go with this, but any thoughts on, for the summer reading, I take it you have some kind of graphic already for that?
Yes.
Seeing if Rutherford County schools would approve that.
Yes.
And if so, if we can get little flyers printed out and all the students wind up taking them home before the end of the school.
Right.
That just would drive your attendance for this.
And we're on top of it. We are planning on getting the flyers out to the school on the 18th of this month. It will be turned in to the city, the county school's attorney. I have her name and email and everything. We've done this before, and we'll get it approved, and then we'll be counting out flyers. And then Danny and Sherry will be driving around to take all of those flyers on the 18th. So that always helps tremendously. We had not done that in the past 2 years because of COVID and a little bit of this going on, but this year we're ready to get back to get that word out. But yes, sir, that is a great, great idea, and we've got it on our radar.
Are there any like signs, little yard signs or anything like that? The reason I ask, I don't have children, but I live in a neighborhood full of them, and I'd be happy to put something in my yard if there's anything.
We have not thought of that before. Is that doable, Mayor?
Yeah, it's corrugated board. It's the same as any political sign. I mean, you just need to have them created, and there's places,
Okay.
Staples does them, different places do them. It's all based on volume, but yes, it's doable to have those. It's just you only have so much space on all of those to put information.
It's perfect. That's a great idea.
I had a question about the flyers going into the schools. Are you only putting them in LaVergne schools?
We do LaVergne schools, and then we also do Cedar Grove because so many of our LaVergne children go to Cedar Grove. But we do Rock Springs, Cedar Grove, Roy Waldron, and I know the primary is now with Roy Waldron.
Yes.
We do the middle school. We have not done the high school. That may be something that we can think about doing this year.
Okay, because we live in LaVergne, obviously, but
Uh-huh.
my children go to a school in Smyrna because that's what we're zoned for. So that
Okay.
would be another one to add to the list.
And which is the name?
David Urey Elementary.
David Urey.
David Urey.
Okay.
Yes. We have a lot of LaVergne kids in David Urey.
And I would say Rock Springs Middle
Rocks.
as well.
Yes, yes, LaVergne Middle and Rock Springs Middle, and then Rock Springs Elementary.
Any other
And Cedar
comments?
Grove, like I said, usually we stop by there.
Right.
Didn't think about David Urey.
Yeah, when they did that rezoning a couple of years ago, we've got
Okay.
a lot of LaVergne kids in David Urey now.
So when I do send the letter and the flyer to have it approved, I'll make sure that I put David Urey on there.
And if you
we'll-
need any help with that one, I'm the vice president of the PTO, so I can get
Awesome.
him in there for you.
Okay, great.
No problem.
Thank you.
Save him a stop on there.
Okay, appreciate that. This is great. The more we can get the word out, the better.
Good.
All right, any other comments or questions? I just want to say thank you, Ms. Donna, to you and your staff for all the
Oh,
amazing things that
welcome.
you do. It is just such a bright spot in our community with all the things that you do in the library, so thank you for that.
You are
And I want to
welcome.
remind everyone who is tuning in and listening to remember to read, read, read. The more that you read, the more that you know, the more that you grow, and all the great things happen. So if there's nothing else that someone would like to add, I am going to call this meeting adjourned.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we chat with CBS Sunday Morning contributor Nancy Giles, who visited the campus recently as the keynote speaker for our Women's History Month celebration. She shared stories about her career path from acting to comedy to social commentary. We tell you about FIRE, our Forensic Institute for Research and Education, and the service it provides students and our community through the College of Liberal Arts. And we give you a sneak preview of the new Applied Engineering building being built on our campus starting this summer. It will house our engineering technology program, home of some of MTSU's most innovative majors. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. If you don't recognize Nancy Giles on sight from her appearances on the popular CBS Sunday morning news program, you may recognize her voice as a popular commercial voiceover artist, or remember her from her days as an actress on the popular TV series China Beach. MTSU was honored to have her on our campus recently as the keynote speaker for our Women's History Month celebration, and we're honored to have her on this episode of Out of the Blue. Nancy, welcome to the show.
Andrew, thank you.
This is a treat. This is an honor. I should just go ahead and warn the viewers. We've known each other for a while.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
We're
Here we
sort
go.
of adding up, and it's been almost 20 years,
20
like 18
years.
years, something like that.
Yeah, and from my days when I was an editor in Wisconsin, we have a mutual friend. It was the pastor of our church.
That's right, Pastor Jane.
Pastor Jane, and of course that means the world to my wife Elise and our family that you're here in Murfreesboro on the campus of Middle Tennessee State University.
I'm so excited, and the campus is great, and the students are great, and it's a beautiful day. So what's to complain about?
We've had a great day, and you are a keynote speaker for
Right.
Women's History Month, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But I really would like our viewers to know who Nancy Giles is. I think they do. We'll have introduced you and everything like that. But tell there's so many ways to describe what you do. There's so many labels about actor, commentator. How does Nancy Giles describe Nancy Giles?
That's a really interesting question, and actually I think a key to what I do and who I am has to do with a job that I got early. Well, one of the biggest breaks I got in my career, which was touring with Second City's national touring company when I was right out of college, and learning improvisation skills, and through that figuring out how to kind of handle situations as they come to you.
Mm-hmm.
And it also was a way of reinforcing the fact that you can write standing on your feet. An actor's career, a creative person's career, has a lot of lapse time where you might not be working, and I desperately wanted to express myself.
Right.
So I found different ways to do that, I guess.
And you really did. But let's talk a little bit about Sunday morning, because that so many people now recognize you from that. You've been doing this now for 2 decades. How did you've talked about how you connected originally to the program through Aaron, but what are the things that gravitate to you the most? I mean, how does your commentaries get from idea to the television screen? How do you pick the things that you talk about?
That's a really good question. I think most of the commentaries come out of something that I've experienced or something that I've had a burning desire to talk about. And I like to do those pieces in a funny way, even if it's about things that are controversial. I talked about politics, but I also talked about, the very first piece I did was about the conspiracy of high-heeled shoes against women, which when I was trying to explain it to my boss, I don't know if you've ever had the experience of trying to explain to somebody why something's funny. It's horrible. It's horrible. In fact, I was saying it and I could just feel my posture begin to and I thought, okay, I'm never going to be doing anything on this show. And then I got a call saying, hey, we have you down to do this thing on high-heeled shoes. And I was like, what? So But a lot of it comes out of things that have been on my mind.
You spoke to one of our journalism classes.
Yes.
And I want to give you the chance to repeat a piece of advice you passed along to one of our students, which was make sure you're reading.
Oh, yeah.
And talk about that to the parents and to those who, you know, needing a piece of advice from Nancy Giles.
It's so important. Broaden your scope. Don't just, if you're interested in one topic, don't just stick to that. You know, you'd be surprised in this day and age how sports, entertainment, politics, the economy, science, how they're all kind of connected. They really are. And it brings you a better story if you have more ammunition, if not a better way to put it. You know, more facts on your side.
So you were the keynote speaker. We're happy to have you as the centerpiece of our Women's History Month events here on campus. What was your central message in your speech to the students?
I hope the main thrust was that for women, for everyone, but for women especially, our stories are really important. And we all have stories, even things that might just seem to be simple and not as meaningful. They're so important. The opportunities that are there to tell our stories, to keep our histories going, just to show the different advances within one's family or within, you know, our gender. It's really important. I really hope people had the takeaway that women's stories are important and our voices have to be heard, and it's up to us to keep those stories coming. You know, they're all of value, all of them.
Nancy, you can find your videos, of course, on YouTube. If I search Nancy Giles CBS Sunday Morning, a whole bunch of them come up.
Oh, good.
But you've also got your voices are on a lot of other platforms. How do I find those?
Okay, so you can go anywhere you listen to podcasts and subscribe to the Giles Files podcast. It's just the Giles Files, not podcast. And people can happily, if they want to write me or tweet me, it's at Nancy Giles NYC. So I love to hear from people. It's fun.
Nancy Giles, here you are on our campus. It's such an honor having you at Middle Tennessee State University. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. It's been an absolute pleasure.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. The Forensic Institute for Research and Education, known on campus as FIRE, was created to provide a connection between the separate programs of criminal justice, forensic science, and pre-law to train students seeking careers in forensics and to serve our community. Today we meet Dr. Thomas Holland, Director of FIRE and a research professor in the College of Liberal Arts. Dr. Holland, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
It's an honor to have you here. Honored to learn more about FIRE. Tell me, if I were brand new and I hadn't heard about your institute, What does it do? What purpose does it serve? And how do students connect with it?
Yeah, FIRE, which is Forensic Institute for Research and Education, is kind of, I can't really say it's an umbrella entity, but we're within the College of Liberal Arts. On campus currently, we've got a very, very good forensic science program. That's in a different college. We've got a very good criminal justice program. That's in a different college. We've got a good pre-law program. That's in liberal arts where FIRE is. There needs to be something that connects these entities that are in different colleges. And that's kind of FIRE's job, is to be this entity that provides opportunities for students. So we're inward looking, but then also provides educational opportunities for practicing forensic practitioners who are out there. So it's a way of creating networks for our students with the broader community, as well as networks for our students within the MTSU community.
Mm-hmm. And you provide considerable service to the community through FIRE. I know law enforcement agencies frequently contact you and ask for your team's assistance in a variety of different ways. Can you talk about that?
So one of the things that we do is we provide forensic anthropological services for the medical examiners in the area, for police departments, sheriff's departments. And one of the unique things that we do involves undergraduates in the actual recovery of forensic cases. So a call comes in from the medical examiner or a sheriff's department that a skeleton has been found, or they have evidence that there's a buried body. We have a team called FASR, Forensic Anthropology Search and Recovery, FASR, which is undergraduate students from different departments. It's a multidisciplinary. They're vetted, they undergo background checks, interviews, have to have a grade point. We bring them together, we give them training. Call comes in, we take these undergraduate students out, and they actually get to assist with the recovery of skeletal remains, which that's an opportunity that I don't know exists anywhere else at the undergraduate level. A lot of schools you can do that as a graduate student, but not as an undergrad.
As an undergraduate?
As an undergrad, that's right.
That is remarkable.
So we meet the needs of the community in terms of they get a professional team excavating a site, excavating remains correctly, but we also train the next generation of forensic scientists, forensic anthropologists.
You talked about service to the community, and we went into detail about the teams that go out, but you're also providing considerable training to the community as well, right? Do professionals seek you out for refresher courses and other
things? They do.
Things?
You know, a big component in forensic science now is ongoing education, continuing education. Not only are there specific CE requirements, continuing education requirements, but there's just a tremendous need. The science is evolving very rapidly. The law is evolving more slowly, but as somebody who went through both law school and science, I can tell you that lawyers and scientists don't speak the same language. And that's a major problem today, because the end product of any forensic test is the courtroom.
Right.
And if the lawyers don't know how to use that information, or don't know how to ask the anthropologist or the toxicologist or the odontologist the questions, then something's lost. So what we're trying to do is put together a series of training opportunities for both our students as well as the community to address emerging issues in forensics.
You mentioned the Department of Defense, and I'd love for you to talk a little bit about your service there. Recovery missions all across the globe, identifying remains for the United States military. Talk about that.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize the United States has an ongoing effort to recover and identify its war dead, and you might say, well, what war dead are we talking about? There are 80,000 men still missing from World War II, Korea, and the Vietnam War. DoD operates two large forensic labs, one in Hawaii and one in Omaha, Nebraska. And at any given time, there are teams around the world conducting excavations to recover the remains of men from World War II or the Korean War or the Vietnam War, and then bring them back and identify them. And currently the laboratory is identifying, about one man a day, something like that. The last several years that I worked for DoD, I turned over the reins of the laboratory, and I actually moved to Washington to work out of the Pentagon to establish a partnership program to try to expand our capability, because even identifying one man a day when you've got 80,000 missing, it's a tremendous task. And so we tried to identify academic partners who could assist us. And so I stood up a partnership directorate, and one of the first partnerships that we signed was with MTSU. So an anthropologist in our department here, Tiffany Saul, actually has done several, and will again this summer, recoveries in France of a World War II site for DOD.
Dr. Holland, I can't let you go without having you explain a little bit about the Legends in Forensic Science lecture, one of the high points of our fall semester.
What we try to do every year is we bring in a legend in forensic science. So last October we brought in Dr. Henry Lee, the famous criminologist. Bring him in a couple days early. He gave a guest lecture in forensic science, gave a guest lecture in criminal justice, met with students, had dinner with the Phaser team, our student team, and then he gave a public talk that night that was open to the general public. And this coming fall, we're hoping to get a famous, I won't say his name because we haven't signed the agreement yet, but he's agreed in principle. He's a famous forensic psychiatrist. But it's a way of connecting our students with professionals, also sort of promoting what forensic science is to the public as well.
So we need to stay tuned for that announcement, but I bet you we could go to the website eventually and find that. What's your website?
Our website is mtsu.edu/fire, F-I-R-E.
Well, Dr. Holland, congratulations on your one-year anniversary here at the university, and thank you for all you've done prior to coming to MTSU and what you're doing in your role.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be right back.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Construction will begin sometime this summer on a new applied engineering building for the College of Basic and Applied Sciences. This new facility is yet another highlight to our nationally recognized engineering technology program, home to some of our most innovative majors, including mechatronics. Joining us to talk about this and more is Department Chair Dr. Ken Curry and Professor Alyssa Ledoux. Dr. Curry, Professor Ledoux, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Hi.
We've got some big news happening soon. We're breaking news and breaking ground. Can you talk about the new building?
Yes, 87,000 square feet dedicated to engineering technology programs, mechatronics engineering, and 3 of our engineering technology programs. It's going to be fabulous. We're going to have an entire ground floor that's going to have a maker space, going to have brand new robotics and automation lab. And that kind of leads into other big news is that we're going to have probably close to $1.2 million of new equipment that's been gifted or bought that we're getting right now that's going to go into the new building. So we're really excited about some of that.
What a terrific advantage for our students, not only have a new facility, but have this new equipment, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a really great experience for the students who are taking the robotics and automation classes to be able to get that hands-on industrial type experience in a safe and controlled environment.
That's so cool. And that really leads me, Professor, to the next question I was going to ask. When you're giving the elevator speech, I say this a lot, when you're telling somebody that may be unfamiliar with the program that we offer at MTSU, what are the high points? How do you sell folks on why MTSU for this study?
Okay, so MTSU offers the benefit of hands-on experience, passionate teachers teaching real-life stuff, skills that you're going to take with you into the industry. It's also very affordable as far as the general cost of education goes. So we have lots of students ranging from like the traditional 18 to 22-year-olds to the non-traditional, like ex-military or people with tech degrees coming back for school who also bring their knowledge of industry and share that in the classroom. So it's really a learning environment for everyone.
That's really awesome.
And the nice thing about mechatronics is we kind of have a trifold kind of a process that the students go through. They take a lot of mechanical engineering classes that you would ordinarily find in a mechanical engineering degree, a lot of electrical engineering and controls kind of classes, and then they have a lot of programming that goes into their degree program, so that when they, a lot of people still don't know what mechatronics engineering is. So a lot of times what I tell students is, don't be afraid. You've got enough mechanical and electrical engineering components in your curriculum. You can actually apply for mechanical engineering kind of work, electrical engineering where an employer is looking for an electrical engineer or a controls engineer. You're qualified to actually apply for that. Simply because a lot of employers still don't quite know. They are asking for mechanical, electrical, and controls experience, but they don't know to call it a mechatronics engineer.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the things that when I love telling the story about the College of Basic and Applied Sciences, that is the applied part of that, which you share in the name of your building. Applied meaning what we're teaching really truly connects to what the industry wants and needs. You can see that line between what's being taught in the classroom and how it's going to happen in the workplace. How does the curriculum align to make that happen?
Yeah, so we have mechanical and electrical and programming classes. We make sure that we have at least one course that matches to every requirement, and then our senior capstone course meets all of the requirements. So that is really the culmination of their educational career, where they apply prior knowledge and independent research in order to design, build, test an automated system that they completely invent themselves.
And that's the capstone project. What a great lead-in. So that's that cumulative effect of everything I've learned, everything that you've taught me is going to be produced in that one moment where I can show you what I've got, right?
Yeah, so the capstone course is a 2-semester course where the students prove that they are ready to be engineers. Mm-hmm. So they spend their first semester doing mostly design work, some prototyping, getting all of their subsystems working, and then the second semester they integrate all of those subsystems into a final product and test it, make it reliable, make it aesthetic, and then they show them all off at the MECTech event, which comes at the end of the year. Every year it's different projects, so it's new, it's exciting. Constantly they're all learning new skills and applying those. But this year we've had a couple of hovercrafts that play soccer together. We've had a humanoid robot, a PLC trainer, a couple of smart lock boxes for your porch, and a navigation aid for the visually impaired. So those were all shown at our MECTech this year, and then we'll have another one coming up in the fall. And it's completely free and open to the public, so it's really a great place if you want to see what our engineering program has to offer, or if you're looking to recruit some of our students to come work for you, you'll be able to see the kind of things that they can do.
So where can I go to find out more information on the web?
If you want to get more information either about MECTech or about our new building, go to mtsu.edu/et.
Professor Ledoux, Dr. Curry, congratulations on the new building, but also these great programs. This is wonderful news for our university.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And that does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching, for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today. I have Miss Amy Spencer helping me co-host, and we are back at the Discovery Park of America in Union City, Tennessee. Amy, thanks for being here.
Oh, it's great. Well, we're going to talk about some wildlife today.
Yeah, it's all about wildlife today. We just, if you haven't seen the first show we did, we talked about everything that the park offers. They got military, they got cars, they got agriculture, they got trains.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. Yeah. It's an amazing place to visit, so if you haven't been out here, go check it out. But today it's all about wildlife. We have Eric Rosenthal with us today.
Well, thanks for having me, y'all. This is really exciting.
Yeah. We're glad you're here and excited about what you're going to bring out and show us today and
Definitely.
talk about. But tell folks at home what your title is here and what you do for the park.
So I'm a wildlife associate here. The title is, I like to consider myself a wildlife educator, though.
There you go.
I like that title a little bit better.
Yeah,
so,
we'll have them change your name tag.
There we go, yeah. Talk to Scott, yeah.
Well, that's cool. So what brought you to the park, and how did you wind up here?
Well, I graduated from University of Tennessee at Martin last year, and they had a position opening up here, and I've always wanted to do wildlife education ever since I was really young. And it sounded like a really good opportunity, so I applied, and here I am now.
All right.
Awesome. So I guess you got one of those wildlife degrees from
Yeah. So I have a bachelor's in natural resources management with a concentration in parks management, and I've always been a little bit more involved with the wildlife side too, though. So I've been doing it since I was really, really young. Yeah.
Well, a lot of wildlife folks come out of UT Martin.
And we've actually done some events at Martin together. So
Yep. So y'all know each other.
Yeah.
One of the best schools in the state for it.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I'm a UT Knoxville grad. So I don't know about the notes. We'll get the war going.
There we go. It's one of the top. You got UT Martin and NC Tech, UT Knoxville.
That's right.
And they all argue who's the best.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it's rivalry there.
Cover the whole state. But anyway, so we're thankful. Thanks for having us, and
thanks for having me. This is really cool. I've watched some of y'all's other shows in the past, so I made it, right? Yeah.
I guess you could say that.
Yeah. There we go.
So today we're going to talk about snakes.
Yes.
That's kind of the main topic. You know, some people love them, some people hate them.
Absolutely.
So tell folks what they can expect when they come here and they see snakes and then some of the other reptiles and things you have.
Yeah, so we've got a pretty good captive collection of our different native herpetofauna. We've got 5 snakes on display. We have a couple in the back room that we don't have on display. And we do programs depending on the day. We'll have 1 twice a day.
Okay.
Some days, Saturdays, we'll have 3 a day. And at that point, the guests can actually see the animals up close, and they can get to actually touch the animals depending on the animal.
Right.
Yeah, depending on the animal.
Yeah, depending on the animal, yeah. So, they can actually have an up-close in-person encounter with them. We call it the animal encounters, right?
Yeah, very cool.
Which is really important, and they love that. And, we've also got more than snakes, though. We have plenty of turtles. We have lizards. We even have some salamanders in the back room. As well as some flying squirrels. So
and we're actually watching people look at fish right now.
Yeah. We also have a big aquarium there that we have quite a few different native species of fish. But we've got a lot of cool stuff here. People seem to like it. I like it. So it's really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think it's cool. We're standing right here in the area where you do the shows.
Yeah. This is it. This is where we do it. Yeah.
So, yesterday I was visiting and you had the sink here below this grate that had the turtles swimming around, and you were showing folks, and that was very cool.
No, this is where all the magic happens, right? Yeah.
That's great. Well, thanks for letting us invade your space today.
Oh, no, please.
Hopefully we're educating the folks as they come by. But
I'm sure, I bet everybody thinks
everybody's
this is
looking for the pond snake.
Yeah,
really
I know. I was wondering.
It's over here.
So before we bring that guy out, because we are going to bring out the pine snake, which is very cool.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. Remind folks in Tennessee about venomous versus non-venomous.
Yeah, so in Tennessee, we really only have 4 different species of venomous snake. You're really only likely to see 3 of them, though. And one of those ones that you're more likely to see is, not very commonly seen. That would be the timber rattlesnake.
Yeah.
Depends on where you live, though. But the 4th one is actually one that y'all had Sean Snyder on at one point talking about the pygmy rattlesnake, the western pygmy. And yeah, so there's only 4. There's only 4 venomous, and the rest, we've got 35 species in total here in Tennessee. Depends on who you ask. Not everybody agrees on taxonomy.
Yeah,
but yeah,
that's
so
okay.
we've got mostly non-venomous snakes here that pose absolutely no threat to humans whatsoever. And the venomous ones are pretty easy to not get into trouble with. You know, they're not animals that are out trying to bite you left and right, no matter what. So
And
yeah.
one thing, none of these snakes are going to run you down.
No,
and
no,
attack
snakes do
you.
not chase people.
We see
Yeah,
that all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, people post that, oh, it's going to run you
Absolutely.
down.
Yeah.
But, you know, I want to bring up something.
Yeah.
You know, don't let irrational fear take over.
Yeah.
You know, think about these. I mean, these animals aren't trying to hurt you.
No, no.
And one other thing I want to say is we use the word venomous, not
That's right,
poisonous,
that's right.
because poison is what you ingest. Is what ingested. It's not. These are venomous.
That's
so
right, yeah,
they're
venom-
two different words, but people use them interchangeably, and they're not.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, if you look at some of the old textbooks from way back, you know, you'll still see
And even
poisonous.
some of the
yeah.
zoos
Even
have
some
it.
of the zoos,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
You know, venom, if you really look into it, it's a very, very specific type of poison.
Yes.
And it's injected through either fangs or a stinger.
Or ingested.
Or you can
eat
ingest it, yeah. But see, the thing is most of the time when you ingest it, you can actually be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Unless you've got a cut in your mouth, that might not be great. But yeah. So, you know, you can actually most of the time ingest venom and be okay, though. But yeah, so our snakes here that potentially could hurt you are venomous. That's the more correct way to say it. Yes.
Yeah, and you gotta be bit most of the time, or
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, absolutely, yeah. Now, I mean, there are some venomous snakes in Tennessee that are not medically significant. You know, like our garter snakes or our hognose snakes. You know, they also are considered venomous. Their venom delivery is different, but you know, they are not considered dangerous to us. So it gets. If you look into snakes for long enough, you'll realize that you know there's no one rule fits all thing. It's very complicated. Which is great, you know, it keeps it interesting.
And
And
you know,
everything,
and
so-
when people get bit, it's usually by accident.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
They're not chased down.
No,
or, You know, don't smart things. You know, don't be wearing flip flops out around in the wood area.
What I like
a
to
lot of people
say-
get bit by wearing flip flops
Yeah.
or reach into dark spaces or around wood that you can't see. You know, and that's
What I
just
like
common
to what I like to tell
Mm-hmm.
people is that the best way to not get bit by a venomous snake is just common sense.
Yes.
That's your
yes.
best snake bite kit.
Yes.
Snake bite kits don't work.
Yes,
Don't use
so-
them. Yeah. So
But just think about that. If you're outside, just remember that.
exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Just
If
don't-
you're paying attention to where you put your hands and your feet.
Yes.
And you wear good footwear, and if I always tell people, if you see a snake, then at that point you then have a choice.
Yes.
Whether or not you're going to get bit.
Yeah.
You know,
And I'll tell you, as an officer, I saw tons of snakes. I mean, when I was, working bait sites or just out working,
Yeah.
you can back up and go around. You don't.
It's not hard. Yeah, it's pretty easy to avoid them. You know, a venomous snake, can typically strike about half to 2/3 of its body length, and biggest rattlesnake you're going to see in Tennessee is about 6, a little bit plus foot long. So you do the math. You can pretty easily walk
You
around.
can walk
them.
around 'em.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not easy. It's not hard to avoid getting bit. Absolutely.
Yeah, and just so folks know, it is illegal to kill snakes. in
Absolutely,
Tennessee.
Yes. And unfortunately, we see all the time people
Yeah.
send us a picture of a dead snake, and it's going to be a non-venomous snake that
Right.
would not have hurt you. And then they're like, "Can you identify it?" Well, first of all, you've already killed it
Yeah.
for no reason.
Yeah.
And snakes have a purpose in our ecosystem.
Absolutely. Very big
They're
benefit.
very important. So we need to bring that out to people. And again, don't let your irrational fear take over.
That's why you should walk around them, because they're great to have in your yard.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you don't want your children to get bit by a venomous snake,
No.
but it's great to have these non-venomous in your yard that can.
Yeah, I
take
always
care-
tell people that.
Yeah,
I always tell people that, because a lot of the times people are concerned just with any snake in their yard. And I always tell people, any snake that's not, a medically significant species, it's fine to have them in your yard. Whether that's a rat snake or a garter snake, or really any of our non-venomous species.
And your king snakes
or
actually
king snakes,
eat.
yeah,
They
which are
actually
great.
eat it.
Everybody,
Yeah.
usually they get a pass from a lot of people because they'll eat venomous
Yes,
snakes.
that's
so
why.
that's people like those typically.
Definitely.
So maybe we should meet some of these.
Sure, yeah.
I'd say that'd be great.
So I guess what we'll get out right now is a very special snake that I know y'all over at TWRA are very interested in. This is a pine snake.
Yes.
And we'll see if I can open this bag. It's the first good step, right?
And
So one thing about while you're doing that, I'm going to talk about. We are actively looking for pine snakes. We have 2 individuals that are doing a telemetry project, and they're looking for these snakes, and they're trying to study them because we're trying to figure, these snakes are declining quickly.
Yeah. They
are.
And we're trying to find out what's going on. So if you should see one of these snakes, we do want you to contact us, and, you could call our regional office or depending on where you're at. But Jesse and Mallory are both actively looking for these snakes.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful snake.
They are,
It's
yeah.
very large, and people probably
They're one of our
scared.
Oh,
Yes,
and he's
in
pretty
Tennessee.
upset because he's already.
Yeah, so the pine snake. This is
Smelling.
Yeah.
you can smell them
I can
actually.
smell
Yeah.
it.
So this is Pituophis melanolucis. This is a northern pine snake, and you can actually see here if you look on my wrist.
Yep.
You can see the musk right
Yep.
there, and that's
Oh, wow.
something that really every snake for the most part is going to do if you bother them too much, is they'll musk on you. And it's a foul-smelling odor. It's basically a way to keep them, smelling in a non-appetizing manner to predators, right? So, that's what this guy's doing to me right now. Now, the pine snake, like y'all said, this is a threatened species in Tennessee. They're extremely hard to find. I've been hoping to find one of these for many years and still have not run across one. Now, they're mostly going to spend their life underground.
Yep.
So,
And that is one reason why you don't see many of them.
yeah, and and you'll see with a lot of different species, and this doesn't just go for snakes. This goes for tons of other animals, that it's hard to tell a lot of the times whether an animal is truly rare in numbers or if it's just really secretive. And that's one of the things that Jesse Eakers, for example, is trying to figure out with these guys: is are they actually truly rare, or is it just that they're always underground and we can't exactly see them?
Yeah.
But they have been noticed to be a habitat specialist for the most part. They like to live in places like pine savannas that have decent shelter wood throughout the open areas. And they don't live all throughout Tennessee, actually. There are certain regions, especially far west Tennessee, where these snakes are not known to occur.
So it's more of like a pocket. You almost want to think of it as a pocket area.
There's certain ecological regions where this species is known to be a little bit more common. So, if you go out onto the Highland Rim around like Land Between the Lakes, for example, they are known to be, I hesitate to say common, but, they're known from that area as well as further east. But yeah, that's why people like Jesse Eakers going out and doing work with these is so important, because we know very, very little about species like this, as well as many others like the pygmy rattlesnakes and everything like that. But some other things about the pine snake that's really, really interesting: they will give themselves away sometimes as a pine snake if you scare them enough, which obviously I don't I don't encourage people to do.
Right.
But sometimes you might accidentally walk up on one and spook one. And one good way, in some cases, to tell if it's a pine snake is their defensive strategies. So what they can do is they'll actually, if they're scared, they'll coil up into a ball, which obviously I can't really show as accurately as he could.
Trying.
Yeah. So they'll coil up into a ball, and what they'll do is they'll raise their body up just a little bit, and they'll open their mouth up. And all snakes have this thing called an epiglottis, where they stick it out to breathe while they're eating a big meal that they, can't. It helps them breathe while they're eating.
Right, okay.
So these guys, they actually have a flap of skin in front of their epiglottis that they blow air onto. And they'll open their mouth and they'll just blow air onto this flap, and it makes this really loud hissing sound. So that's one way that you can actually, if you're not as privy to identifying snakes visually, you can actually tell a little bit easier. There's really only one other snake in Tennessee that'll hiss, and that's the hognose snake. So if you got one doing that, it's either this guy or a hognose. So that's one way that you can kind of tell that it's a pine snake. Also, they're really large size.
Yes.
You can just see how long this snake is. They're arguably, some people are arguing whether this is the new longest species in Tennessee. But for the longest time, that's been the rat snake. But yeah, they're amazing, amazing snakes.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful snake, shiny. I think it's just crazy.
Absolutely. And they also have, on the very, very tip, they like to live in areas that have really loose substrates. And one of their adaptations that helps them with that is if you look on the very tip of their snout, on their rostral scale, that's the scale that's on the very, very tip of their snout, their rostral scale is enlarged, and it's also a little bit more keratinized. It's harder. So that helps them sift through rodent burrows and that loose, sandy soil that they typically like to live in.
Cool.
So that's one of the reasons that they're so well suited for fossorial life, living underground. So that's another thing that you can look for if you're confused as to which snake you've got.
And we talked about fangs earlier.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
teeth. So the pine snake has teeth, right?
Yeah. So they've got what's known as aglyphus teeth, and basically what that is essentially it's just teeth that they use for securing prey. And with snakes, they've all got teeth, and they can have over 100 teeth sometimes. They have a lot of teeth in their mouth. So any of the venomous, even the venomous snakes, they don't just have fangs. They'll also have
teeth.
They'll also have teeth as well.
Right.
Now, with these guys and with any other snake, they're actually going to be recurved backwards.
So they're angled, so they.
Yep. So think about it. If you've got a vole that this guy's trying to eat, and it's trying to get out, it's a little harder for him to do that.
Work it back.
Yeah, right. It's almost like Velcro almost. It's hard for them to get back out. But and they're very, very sharp. They're not like our molars where we chew things. They don't exactly chew. They kind of undulate their jaws back and forth because, they don't have hands. They can't use a fork and knife like we can, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know, right?
They're
Y'all learned that today. Yeah.
They're unhinging their jaws.
Yeah. So they have very, very elastic jaws that they're able to, kind of scoot the animal in. But that's what they use for that, is they use those aglyphus teeth that are, recurved backwards, and it helps push it back for them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, so snakes are fascinating.
They are.
It's just cool information to learn here today that you don't need to be afraid of.
No.
Absolutely not. Yeah, if you just, I always tell people that the word is not fear, it's respect. If you just give a snake respect, it will respect you back. Even cottonmouths.
And you don't have
Even
to.
cottonmouths, they're a big infamous one. Yeah.
Don't kill them.
Yeah. There's really, and also, I will say this about killing snakes. It's not only illegal, but, I would say that the practical reasons for not killing snakes is that you're putting yourself closer to that animal than you normally would be.
Yeah.
So a lot of people get bit while they're trying to kill snakes, actually. And obviously, you don't want to kill them because they do a lot of really good things for us, like
they
we
have a
mentioned
huge
earlier.
role in our ecosystem.
Absolutely. And I'll also add that, we talk about rodent predation a lot, which is true. That's absolutely true. But, they fit a much, much wider biological role than just rodent control. You get snakes eating all kinds of different things. You'll have them eating, like if in the case of a rough green snake, they're insectivores for the most part. They'll mostly just eat insects. You get snakes that specialize in eating aquatic salamanders like the mud snake. You get other snakes that just eat toads and things like that. So, they fit a very, very wide biological niche that, is encompassed throughout all their different species. So we absolutely need snakes. Absolutely.
So I know we're talking about snakes, but let's get a couple other items on
sure,
real
of
quick
course.
before we we want some people to say. We're going to pass.
Mr.
Thanks,
John Pard going to
get the poop all over you too. Yeah. Yeah.
He's sharing today.
He is. Sharing's caring, right?
Yep.
All right. So yeah, let's take a look at some turtles here. So first off, we'll start with a very special one. And this is actually our state reptile. So this fella, this cute little guy right here, is what's known as an eastern box turtle, Terrapin Carolina. And this guy, I say guy because this is actually a male.
It is.
And the way that you can tell that, there's multiple ways, but the main way that I do it is if you ever see one of these and you look up underneath their plastron is what that's called. And the bottom's the plastron, the top is the carapace. So if you look on the plastron, if this is a male turtle, what you're going to notice is it's concave. If it's a female, it's going to be more flat. And, that helps them mate with the females while they're engaging in courtship. So that's a big way that you can tell that you've got a male.
We just had some turtle action on.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we just had some turtle action on.
Vance's Ventures. Check out our website.
Oh, yeah.
Check out
No,
our
like,
social media.
like I mentioned earlier, this is actually our state reptile. We have a state everything pretty much. We got a state bird, state mammal, all that good stuff. And this is our state reptile. It's also North Carolina's state reptile, too. So I don't know who stole whose state reptile, but,
But
they're common in both.
And
exactly.
I'm going to bring something up because last week was World Turtle Day.
It was.
So I do want to say, one thing we're seeing is a population decline and it's due to roadkills. Because,
Exactly.
Slow down. Don't run over turtle.
Yep.
And people actually do swerve for them, and I do not understand what is wrong with you if you would swerve and kill a turtle. But I've seen people do it.
I've seen people do it too. Yeah, turtles typically get a little bit more of a pass when compared to snakes.
Yes, they do, but
people will literally lock their brakes to run over a snake sometimes. But turtles typically are a little bit more forgiven.
And yeah, and I also want to mention, do not take these out of the wild. That's
Yeah,
another
absolutely,
reason why
yeah.
we're seeing population decline is pet trades, and it is illegal to take them out of the wild.
Right.
So
Absolutely,
do not
yeah.
take them out of the wild.
Yeah, no, they've got a really important place here.
And don't move them. I used to know somebody that would drive around after rains and pick them up and collect them and take them somewhere else. Don't do that. They have a very small
Specific
home
home
range,
range, right.
and that you've just totally messed up everything. They're confused. And they're trying, they don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
So don't, if you're going to move one out of the road, put it on the other side, safely
it
out of
was
the
going,
way.
right?
And
Yep.
do
Yep.
not,
Yep.
be careful, watch for cars because, you
Yeah,
could
you
get
don't
run
want
over
to
yourself.
save the turtle and then not save yourself.
Right, right.
That
But,
wouldn't be- Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, but like you said, like from the time that they're born, they have an extremely specific home
Yes.
range. So, I will hear, and it's the same goes with snakes and many other different wild animals is, they know where to go from the time they instinctually know from the time they're, born where to go. So that's, yeah, like you said, that's why you don't want to take these. I'll always have people come and say that, oh, I found a turtle in my backyard, so I took it to the pond.
Yeah.
Right, a couple neighborhoods down. And I'm
Don't
like, well,
put these in the water.
No, don't. So yeah, so
people
about
do
the
that.
box turtle, this is a terrestrial species, right? So you're not going to see them swimming in the water very much.
Yeah, I have actually.
I have too.
But it's very
very
uncommon.
seldom,
Yeah.
and
Very
usually
good.
it's in really shallow water. I've seen that. I actually found one recently that was crawling through a little puddle, and that was kind of funny. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, well, you're not usually supposed to be there. Yeah, but so yeah, you're not going to usually see these guys out swimming. Well, pretty much never. You're going to see them swimming with their heads poking up like a red-eared slider or a river cooter or something like that. This is a woodland species,
Yes.
and you can kind of see with the pattern and coloration that they have on their carapace here, that helps them blend into, dead, rotting leaves, things like that. It's a really good adaptation for them to not be seen when they're traveling through the woods.
So in a comparison, let's get one of our aquatic turtles.
Yeah, yeah, of course, yeah. So one thing I do want to point out with him before we get our aquatic turtles out is look at his feet. I'm sure the camera can take that and get a look at it. With his feet in between his little claws there, which are so adorable, you can notice that he does not have any webbing in between his fingers, right?
Yep.
He doesn't need it because he's not an aquatic turtle. But if we look at some of our other species of turtles.
And one thing I want to point out while you're swapping.
Yeah.
It's a box turtle.
Right.
Because it closes up like a box, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So they have a hinge, and, I can actually illustrate that with this species as well. So let's take a look at this guy. So if I get him to come out a little bit, they do have more webbing. So this species is a mud turtle. This is an eastern mud turtle. So they are interesting. To me, they're about like a mixture between, like a red-eared slider and a box turtle. They kind of have they're like an underwater box turtle. And you can see the webbing here. The reason I say that is because what you primarily see these turtles doing is they're actually crawling along the bottom of the water body they live in. So they're not usually are going to be up on logs or sticking their heads up out of the water like you would see with a red-eared slider or something like that. So they're actually crawling along the bottom. But yeah, if we can get him to stick his little hands out there, again, he may or may not do it.
That's all right, yeah.
I'm paying you extra for this, dude. Come on. No, but yeah. So the reason I was saying that I could illustrate the hinge with this guy as well is because they actually have two hinges.
Oh,
The
really?
box
Okay.
turtle's not the only one that has hinges. This species of turtle actually has two hinges. He's got one right there and one right there. Now they can't close up as effectively as a box turtle can, but they still can a little bit. So if I get the angle right, you can actually see I can move the top portion of his plastron there as well as the bottom half. So they do have some mobility, not as much as a box turtle can, but yeah, they do have some mobility there.
Very cool.
All right, let's get the big guy out.
Oh, we want to get the big guy out?
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
boy.
going to run out of time, so let's get the big guy.
All right, let's get the big guy out. So we've mostly been looking at small turtles. I'll also add that mud turtle. That's as big as they get. A lot of people
yeah.
think they're babies, but adult-sized mud turtles get to be about that big. But this next one that we're going to get out, obviously, is not that way. It can get quite a bit larger and a lot heavier, too. So this is a common snapping turtle.
Wow.
Hopefully he doesn't think that cord looks
Now,
tasty.
we do have the alligator snapper.
Yes,
and we have
yes.
the common snapping turtle in
That's
Tennessee.
right.
And mostly people are seeing this one.
Mostly, yeah.
Yes.
So, I'll get, and so here's one of the big things that I will recommend to anyone take pictures.
Yes.
Take pictures. That's
Yes.
very, very
And
important.
this is another one that Jesse is looking
Yeah,
for.
yeah.
So it's another one of those species that if you do see the alligator, I need to go ahead and specify the alligator snapping
Right,
turtle
right.
is what Jesse is looking for.
Right.
But that's where we ask for those pictures because
Exactly.
y'all can ID them as soon as you see.
Yeah. And then one of the big things is, I'll hear a lot of people say they swear up and down, oh, I got an alligator snapping turtle living
then
in my
it's a-
cattle pond,
it's a
which,
common.
usually they're not going to be in those places.
Yeah.
So that was, that's always my first, kind of tip. Like, was it really an alligator snapper? And then they show me a picture.
But
and
this
usually
one,
it's
and tell them why this is a.
Yeah, so, the way that you tell the difference, if you'll let go of the grate there,
No.
pal.
No.
He's like, no. So the way that you tell the difference, there's a few ways. If you look on the carapace here, on the common snapping turtle, I like to compare it to something like a dinner plate.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason I say that is because it's more smooth, it's more flat, right? And you can see he's opening his mouth right there. He's like, oh, you're running out of time, dude. But with the alligator snapping turtle, it's a little different. They actually have what I like to refer to as mountain slopes. They have 3 big distinct mountain slopes going up and down their carapace. And it's very easy to point out whenever you see one. But the other thing, and this is actually good that he's opening his mouth for this, is that he's having gasping for air here. But yeah, no, with their head, the head of a common snapping turtle is a lot smaller than that of an alligator snapping turtle. And what you'll notice is that they've got a much less pronounced beak than the alligator snapping turtle does. Those are some ways that you can point yourself in the right direction when you see one of these guys.
And we are in a restoration project with these, and we
Yes.
have been raising these and turning them loose back in West Tennessee.
That's
so
fantastic.
not the common, but I'm talking about the alligator.
Yep.
Let me specify again. Let me
Yeah.
clarify. But that is one thing we are doing as an agency.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. And we need work like that done, especially like for the, the alligator snappers.
And if you're interested in the alligator snapping turtle, we did a whole podcast on
with
that.
Angie, right? Yeah, y'all
Sure
did an
enough,
entire
yeah.
podcast episode on
There
that.
are 340 plus episodes out there.
Yeah,
So go
so
check it out.
yeah, go Google it and you can find that one.
Yep.
Well, Eric, we appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, well, hey, thanks for having me on. This was a lot of fun. This is...
Oh, he's getting snappy.
This is really important stuff, getting this stuff out to the public, teaching people, so y'all do a great job of that. So
Well, thank
thanks
you.
for
I
having me.
Well, thanks for talking about some animals
Of course,
today.
always happy to.
Thanks for bringing all your friends.
Oh, yeah, thank them, yeah.
Oh, it's been great. I hope folks who have watched or listened today, if you have been listening, go watch, and I hope y'all have enjoyed the show. Amy, thank you for helping again. Eric, thank you again.
Yeah.
Keep coming back. This is Tennessee Wildcast. If you like what you're seeing, there's more of this out there. So go find us. tnwildlife.org is our website. And then find us on our social media channels. And go listen to the podcast, subscribe, and like us. And this is Tennessee Wildcast. We'll be back to Discovery Park soon. And thank you all for tuning in.
All right.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman public hearing. It is Tuesday, June 6, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. We do have a couple of items, but I do call this public hearing to order. First item is going to be an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14, parcel 23.2, consisting of approximately 5 acres, located at 252 Hollandale Road, from an R1 low-density residential zoning district to a R2 medium-density residential zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28, 2023. If anyone would like to speak about this, podium is open. Just need to come forward, state your name and address.
My name is Joyce Gamble, and I live at 246 Hollandale Road here in LaVergne. Indulge me for reading my notes. I want to make sure I don't overlook anything I wanted to say. Please, thank you. I'm here to voice my objections to this proposed rezoning request by the owners of 252 Hollandale Road, which is a 5-acre parcel currently located and zoned in a huge R1 zoning district. I own 6 acres, which abuts this property on the south side, and have lived there for 30 years. All of the properties beyond me, approximately 15 parcels for at least a mile beyond me on the going north on Hollandale, including 252 Hollandale, consist of parcels all sized in the range of 5 to 10 acres. So from my personal perspective, I offer the following. That entire stretch on the east side of Hollandale Road is not served by the public sewer, but its own private septic sewage systems. 252 Hollandale Road was permitted in 1995 for a septic system for a 3-bedroom house. There are 2 septic line easements attached to that property, which may be compromised should excavation and construction occur along that boundary. In order to provide septic systems for that proposed development, my understanding is that Hollandale Road will have to be excavated to accommodate this attachment to the public sewer system across the street that serves Hollandale Estates. That kind of construction will not only impact access to my property, but can impact the homeowners of Hollandale Estates in close proximity. The owners are proposing building 9 houses in addition to the existing house, should they be granted R2 zoning. Their plan, which was submitted to the Planning Commission, includes constructing a public roadway adjacent to my property line and extending the entire depth of that parcel, which is approximately 845 feet. My property line extends another 130 feet beyond that. I would assume that excavation for that development might likely include blasting, especially toward the rear of the property. Both of our homes sit on a lot of rock, especially in that rear acreage. So I have a concern about any potential damage should blasting have to occur. The magnitude of a construction project that huge will negatively impact the quiet enjoyment of my own home for a long time. And I would assume neighboring homeowners would experience the same inconvenience. Now, from a business perspective, I offered the following, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know about zoning, but as you know, zoning's main purpose is to protect the character of the districts in which properties are located. And as elected officials of LaVergne, you have a great responsibility for wisely monitoring the city's controlled growth so that we'll continue to develop a city plan that benefits all the citizens of LaVergne. I did attend the community meeting regarding the proposed rezoning for the city, and I really appreciate all the work you have done and are continuing to do. Appreciate it very much. If this rezoning request for one homeowner is granted, I would surely just like to have an explanation for that rationale. At the very least, I would think it could set a precedent for more homeowners on Hollandale Road to request the same consideration, as ultimately zoning impacts property values. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, the podium is open if anyone would like to come and speak on this. Now is the time. Seeing no one else, we're going to move on to number 2, ordinance 2023-11, an ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. Again, the podium is open if anyone would like to speak. Seeing no one, I'm going to move on to the last item, which is ordinance 2023-14, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 17E, Group B, parcel 22, consisting of approximately 1.6 acres located at 392 Old Nashville Highway, from an R1 low-density zoning district to a C3 neighborhood service business district. This has received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on April 25th, 2023. Again, the podium is open if anyone would like to speak. Seeing no one, I'll close out the public forum and we will reconvene at 7 p.m.
But Jake specifically said that the overlays did not pertain to anything but commercial properties. And the individual asked why then were the overlays drawn on the estate residential properties. He said, I have no idea. So later on, with me having been in attendance at several of the meetings, I went over and specifically talked to Bo and about the same conversation. I asked why then are the estate residential properties along Walden Road from the interstate to Rock Springs Road overlaid. Again, neither had an explanation and said they really had no idea why it had been drawn that way. Therefore, for the record tonight, I'm asking, in order to provide an more accurate map, and that there be no future loopholes, that the estate residential parcels that have the overlays removed before any presentation or final presentation at the public hearing before any vote. Thank you.
And with that, we will close out the citizens forum and reconvene at 7 p.m. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is June 6, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. I will have the prayer tonight, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Haas. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we just ask for your hand to be upon this city, to bless its people, to heal those that need healing, and to forgive us of our sins. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item we have is to approve the minutes from the May 2nd, 2023 regular meeting and the May 8th, 2023 public hearing and special meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the May 2nd regular meeting and the May 9th public hearing and special meeting.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Hatcher with the Police Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. What you have in front of you, what you can see up on the board, is a comparison between May of 2022 and May of 2023. And as you can see, our calls for service have been down. Our arrests were down. Traffic stops were down. DUI arrests were down. Drug-related arrests were down. Citations were down. However, stolen vehicle recoveries were up. Residential burglaries, unfortunately, are still up. Vehicle burglaries are up. And motor vehicle thefts are up. Our domestics are up. It's coming into summertime. That's normal. Still unfortunate, but we'll do the best we can to try and and curb them as best that we can. And we were pretty much status quo on homicides, having 0, overdoses still at 4 with no improvements or deletions on that, and no overdose deaths. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I trust that each one of y'all have had an opportunity to review the May report. As you can see, we're right on track exactly where we were this time last year. I don't believe there's anything remarkable within the report other than the amount of gallonage of water that we're still flowing during annual hydrant testing. That will probably continue through the end of this month and maybe into next month, depends on how much we get complete. I think the only other item that we have is 283 Old Nashville is moving in a positive fashion. And so you're starting to see some blocks being laid and concrete should follow. So,
Seen a few guys out there.
and there's a lot of people on the job site for sure. It's nice to drive by there and stop and see people working.
Absolutely.
Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. 74 help desk tickets, 790 man hours devoted to those. Quite a bit of those hours where you see special projects there, restoring the men's bathroom in the park. The front complex was shut down all of last week. We had a fire in the men's bathroom. So that has been repaired. It probably needs another coat of paint, but everything is up and running in that. June the 5th, the mural was started, scheduled to finish by the 9th. So as far as I know, she is on time. Upcoming events, today the farmers market kicked off, July 4th. You can see our Independence Day celebration. Gates will open at 5:30. Festivities begin at 6 p.m. Bueller will be the band. It's 80s rock cover band. Fireworks at dark. There will be food vendors on site. That's at Veterans Memorial Park, 115 Floyd Mayfield Drive. You see our past events. May 13th, we combined the block party and the toucher truck. Huge event for us, great turnout. We saw a bunch of happy kids there that day. We were very excited about that. Couple of trips, past events for the seniors. Chick-fil-A, they had a senior prom. They took a trip on the General Jackson. Upcoming events for the Senior Center, Bell Buckle, June the 7th. Upcoming meetings, Senior Center Advisory, and Park and Rec on June 26th. Any questions?
David, I just wanted to let you know that I spoke with Shermelle.
Yes, sir.
I asked her how Juneteenth was coming along. She said so far so good. Her and Miss Hope is working on finalizing the program this week, so
Yes,
hopefully.
sir. And that will take place at the Bicentennial Pavilion here behind City Hall on not the 19th, but the 17th, I believe, that Saturday.
I believe that is correct. Yes, sir.
David Arce, the block party was a big hit. There were a lot of people there. I know the original thought was that it was going to rain that day, but it wound up being blistering hot. And there were a lot of people there having fun, having a good time. I know they loved hitting the horn for the police cruiser that was out there and pulling a couple of the cement truck horns. So it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we had a good turnout. I keep trying to tell the vice mayor, he keeps trying to blame the bad weather and the rain on me, and I already told him we're over that hump. So
Well, see,
good
I'm
weather
trying
from
to,
here on out.
I'm trying to psych out Mother Nature.
I like where your head's at. Keep doing it, but hey, you can put the blame on somebody else if it rains. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Miss Donna with the library.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. I would like to point out the attendance for the month of May, 3,170. That's really high for us, and I would like to explain a little bit. We love for people to come into the library. We still have had our patrons coming in, but BJ's has been using the meeting room for training and orientation. And so they have had approximately 60 people per day training and orientating and getting ready for the opening. So we appreciate them coming to the library. We're glad that we have a facility that they can use. And several of them have signed up for library cards. And so that's a plus for us. You can see that we did have 77 new patron cards in May. We will be closed on Monday, June 19th, in observance of Juneteenth. And I want to give you just a few fun facts about summer reading kickoff on June 3rd. Thank you to all of you who attended. It was a great, great day. We had an attendance of about 700 people. We released 5 butterflies that had been hatched in the library, and I am happy to say that all 5 butterflies were able to fly away. One, it was a real close call there, but it made it and it flew up into the sky. There were approximately 432 hot dogs consumed, and there were way too many happy faces to count. And I'll be giving you more fun facts on June's report. But I do want to talk about all together now our Summer Reading 2023 that did start on Saturday, June 3rd, and is going through July 15th. We want you to join us for 6 weeks filled with enjoyable and educational programs. Opportunities overflow to win prizes by reading or listening to amazing fiction and nonfiction titles that you can check out at our library. What do you need to get started on this adventure? Come inside the library and be greeted by our friendly and helpful staff to receive a summer reading bag. And there are different bags for various ages, all the way from birth to 99 plus. All you have to do is use your library card to check out books, audiobooks, and DVDs. Follow the directions you will find in your bag and let the adventures begin. We are having a great start to summer reading. Tomorrow we will have Bruce Amato, the magician, at our library at 10 a.m. We have had a firefighter story time, a chalking up the sidewalk time, and then tonight we're having Kids Crafternoon and our first Dungeons and Dragons for teens. So we're off to a really good start. Any questions?
Not a question, but I know I was there with my kids, and they had a ball. And it was absolute fun. The splatter paint was a lot of fun for the kids, and all the different activities. You constantly saw people everywhere going in and out. I want to say probably the most popular game over there was your toilet bowl toss.
Yes.
So great job by you and your staff.
Thank you. It takes a village, and that village came through for us on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Finance Department, Ms. Tanya Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. You have the financial summary in front of you. I'm just going to touch some of the highlights. In our general fund, our revenue exceeded expenses by 1.5. In our local sales tax, we were 3.3 above budget and 1.5 above our prior year numbers. State Street Aid, our expenses exceeded revenue by $553,000, and that was the paving that we had to do for Holland Ridge and Bill Stewart, and the board passed a budget amendment in March for that, so that takes care of that. Stormwater expenses exceeded revenue by $61,000. In our water and sewer fund, our revenue exceeded expenses by 8.6. The next page is our balances of our bank accounts. And then you can see on the third page, we have our comparisons to our prior year. Any questions?
One quick question, and this is just an error, I think, in the formatting of the spreadsheet.
Okay.
Under capital overlay, for percentages, it just says div.
Yes. I will make sure that's fixed for next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, I hope you've had the opportunity to review May's monthly report for the water treatment plant. A couple items I'd like to mention. We did send out lead and copper sampling invitation letters in the month of May. We sent out 42 letters to past participants of the sampling. We received 8 responses back. So I'm kind of asking for those who received a letter to send back the survey to us if they can. It's very much appreciated. We have to have at least 30 participants within that survey for the state requirement, and hopefully we can get those back, and then if we need to distribute the others if need be to other locations that we have on our list. Also, raw water pump 2 is still out of service. We did have on May 2nd, it was reinstalled by Wascon. We got a motor failure alarm. They thought it was an electrical issue with the VFD. Eaton came out, took a look at the VFD, cleared any faults that were there. We were still receiving the alarm. So Wascon's working with their electrician, and we are trying to set up a date for them to come back out and take a look at that so that we can get that back in service. So that will hopefully take place here in the next week or so is what we're hoping for, to get Wascon back out. I know they're pretty busy. Mike's been working with them too, so they're pretty backed up, but we're trying to get them out. We still have our other 3 to 4 high service pumps, so we're still plenty good on those. But any questions?
Can you speak to the brown water complaints?
Yes, sir. So we did have 7 customer complaints. One of them was for brown water coming out of the sinks in the bathroom. When I asked where the location was, it was on Madison Square. The fire department was actually doing their flushing in that area at the time. I asked the customer to flush their lines, kind of run the bathroom faucets for about 5 to 10 minutes, make sure everything comes out. If it was an issue that continued, to give us a call back. I never received a phone call back, so everything was A-okay, kind of like what Chief talked about in the previous BOMA meeting.
Fire for that.
We blame the flushing. Don't worry, we'll take the majority of the blame these next 3 months when we start flushing in from June through the ending of ours. So we'll carry that blame. So it's not Chief's fault or his guys. It'll be ours. You can blame us.
Now, how do you select those 42 customers to send out the?
It's based on the year the home was built, the lead solder, the copper piping, that sort of thing for the lead and copper rule is what has to meet the requirement for the different tiers of that rule. And every 3 years we're required to take samples. So that's kind of in the works of being changed via EPA and TDEC. But that we won't see those changes until next year. So we're required to take 30 samples every 3 years based on our population.
And as a whole, they're phasing out lead lines both on the municipal side and on customer sides as well.
Yes, without going too far into it, unless Mike wants to speak more to what he has to do, which I highly doubt that at this time. But they are phasing out with a new lead and copper revised rule. So, but it is a requirement.
And you need 30 of those back in order to do what?
Yeah, we're asking permission because what we ask the customer to do is they have to take a sample, a 1 liter sample, and it has to be their first draw sample. So it's the first water used in the morning. It has to sit for 6 to 8 hours overnight. They take a sample, they leave it out on their porch. So we supply the container and everything, but we want to set up that time so we know when to go back out to the location, receive the sample, turn it into the lab.
Any other questions? Thank you, Danny.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to old business. First reading ordinance 2023-10. An ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14, parcel 23.2, consisting of approximately 5 acres located at 252 Hollandale Road, from an R1 low-density residential zoning district to a R2 medium-density residential zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28, 2023, and a public hearing was held tonight on that. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to deny.
I have a motion to deny from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderman Waldron.
Yes.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yes.
Alderwoman Haas.
Yes.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-11, an ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. And a public hearing was held on this evening. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a
Second
motion.
on discussion.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. A second from Alderman Waldron. I'll open it up for discussion.
I've looked this budget over. You know, it's a lot of spending. I know. When I left 4.5 years ago, I left a lot of money in the kitty. But I'm urging everybody, we need to keep an eye on the road to do with our spending. With a budget of over 31 million and a debt a little over 63 million, you know, the big news on the county. The county's got a debt of 64 million, and they talking about a 15% property increase. We just got to keep an eye on the road, on our spending.
Well, to correct that, the 64 million is as far as with the county, is the deficit, not the debt. They're well over that with their debt. That comes from the prior year's budget, the shortfall there. So,
Because of
completely
that, they're
different.
claiming that they're gonna have to put a 15% property tax increase. We just need to keep an eye on our spending.
Well, our staff, Miss Tanya, Bruce, Kyle, they're keeping a very close eye on our budget, and I know Phyllis has guided our hand for many, many years, and we're very thankful for her on that. So thankfully, we're not in any situation similar to the county of having to do $213 million for schools and then do a property tax increase. So, any other discussion? With that, we have a motion and a second. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-12, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Our second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-13, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 stormwater fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Our second that. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs. Our second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2023-14. An ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 17E, Group B, Parcel 22, consisting of approximately 1.16 acres located at 392 Old Nashville Highway, from an R1 low-density residential zoning district to a C3 neighborhood service business district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on April 25th, 2023. We did have a public forum on this evening. I'll make a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Yes.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, sorry.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-15, an ordinance to amend the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the order of business and public comment periods at meetings. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2023-13, a resolution of the City of LaVergne to appropriate funds to nonprofit organizations for the fiscal year 2022-2024 fiscal year. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Abstain.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Resolution passes. Resolution 2023-14, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. I make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Does anyone have any questions for our HR director for voting on this? I know he went through a lot with us at workshop. Seeing none, Alderman Waldron.
Yes.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 12, motion to award the bid for the construction of the Public Works and Community Development Services facility. I will make a motion to approve that awarding to Barron Construction. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Any discussion? Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Next, we have appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we have the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We have one member, Samantha Agee Rourke, who has moved out of state. That would need to be removed from this board. Once removed, we can advertise this position, and we have already received one applicant as well, a Laura Ward. So we need a motion to remove for this.
Motion to remove Samantha Roark.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Yeah.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passed. I will appoint Laura Ward as the applicant we currently have for this position. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Moving on to the Greenway Advisory Committee. We have got two terms that have expired. That's Laura Davidson and Mary Jane Skinner. Both wish to remain on this committee, and we don't have any applicants, so I would appoint both back to the Greenway Advisory Committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Moving on to C, we have got the LaVergne Industrial Development Board. We've got one term vacant. Mr. Brent Turner resigned due to him moving outside of the city. I'll make a motion to appoint Graham Coates to that, as he's our current and only applicant. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And then last, we've got Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We've got two terms that are that have expired. That is Felicia Anderson and Rick Autry. Both do wish to remain on this committee, so I would appoint both of them back. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. So moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Again, I want people to check on the elderly. We're in the hot weather. Check on the elderly and make sure your pets has got ample water and shade. And again, I'm gonna ask Bo if he can come up and speak a little bit on the rezoning signs. The last, deal you had was the water was a little bit muddy. Can you kinda, I guess, make it a little bit more clear?
Yeah, so the city decided to undertake an overhaul of the zoning ordinance to, number one, modernize the entire document. I know I spoke about this last time, but in the 80s and 90s, and even before that, different uses were zoned in different areas of all of these cities. So anywhere you would go just about in the United States, you know, this side of town would be industrial, this side of town would be residential, this side of town would be retail. So the idea now with modern zoning is a mixed-use approach where different uses can coexist in the same building. Different uses can coexist on the same lot, and that's the mixed-use portion of the ordinance. So we don't have a way to do that right now. This new zoning would allow the city a way to do that and attract companies, retailers that want to be in maybe a mixed-use development where there's people that live in the same building or nearby. But right now, that mixed-use zoning's not there. So that's one of the big goals of overhauling it.
Well, the two big questions I got from people said if their property rezoned, their taxes will go up.
You just read my mind. It's the number one question that I got. It's the number one question that Jake got at the library is, are our taxes going up because the zoning map's adopted? And the answer is no, unless you're changing the use on your property. But that's up to the county property assessor to determine that. They're the ones that do the surveys and figure out what's actually going on in each parcel. So certainly if you've converted your house or you've gotten rezoned and you're now a commercial business, yes, your taxes would go up, but that has nothing to do with this ordinance being adopted. In Tennessee, you're taxed on the use of the property. You're not taxed on the zoning.
Okay, but if you live in a residential and if it's rezoned commercial, now your taxes will go up.
No, they would have to use that house as a business or sell to a company that's going to build a business there. If you're living in a house, you're going to continue to live in the same house, even if your zoning changes, so your taxes are not being affected by the zoning.
Okay, what if your house burns down?
If your house burns down, the non-conforming privileges and rights that are currently in the ordinance are carrying over to the new one, so that's not really changing.
Yeah, if your house is residential and it's zoned commercial, if your house is burned down, people are worried about they won't be able to rebuild the house.
No, you're still allowed to rebuild the house because that was your house. So I could pick any number. Say that you've lived there for 8 years and a tornado takes the house out and now you're zoned some commercial district, but you've been residential for the 8 years you've lived there. Even if you got rezoned to commercial, you're still allowed to build your house back. And that's a state law. That's not LaVergne saying that. This is all 95 counties have that provision. Now, if it sits vacant for a certain amount of time, I believe if it sits vacant for a year, then cities have the power to ask or require that property owner to change.
If it was non-use for 6 months.
Yeah, there is a time period in there that if it sits idle and nobody's doing anything, no active construction to rebuild the house, then they could run the risk. But that's in there now. That's not a new.
So you're saying if you're residential and if the city rezoned it commercial, you're still paying residential tax?
Correct, because the use is still residential.
If your house burns down, you can rebuild your house?
Correct.
Within 6 months?
Within, I would have to check, it's either 6 or 12, within a reasonable amount of time.
Well, that's the two main questions I was asked.
Yeah, taxes are not affected by this zoning change. I think that, I mentioned last time about some of the old terminology, which, yeah, you've already heard about.
Okay.
Nobody's getting their TVs
Well, at least we
fixed
got it
anymore.
on record. So if we have to come back and check it, it's on record.
Yeah, tell them to come after me.
Come after you.
I'll give you all my details so they can reach me.
Call Bo. All right, thank you, Bo.
Okay, and let me know if you have any other questions. Thank you.
That's all I got.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you again to Miss Donna for an excellent time at the summer reading kickoff on Saturday. Program was very well put together, so thank you, Donna. Please make note the Great Tennessee Air Show is in town this weekend with several road closures affecting the area starting on Thursday through Sunday. The LaVergne Police Department has more information on the road closures on their social media Facebook site. Reminder again to those enjoying the lake this weekend, please remember to wear your life jacket, stay hydrated, and stay safe out there. And again, I'd like the recorder to make note that I've requested the mayor's hire fire authority to be added to tonight's agenda for discussion. And once again, it's been removed by the mayor. Thank you.
Alderwoman Haas.
I would just like to say that there was an awesome baseball tournament out at the park this weekend. Both quads were packed with people all day long, starting at 7 o'clock in the morning till past 8:30 both days. The Parks and Rec, they did an awesome job keeping the place clean, the trash picked up and the bathrooms cleaned up. We received several compliments about how clean the facility was and that they're looking forward to coming back next year. So thank you to the city and thank you to the Parks and Rec Department for the good job that they do.
Vice Mayor No.
BJ's.
You're stealing his thunder.
I'm stealing your thunder.
No, cool.
14th, so go get your card because it's going to be crazy. And I just want to say that I'm very glad that we passed this budget thing. This is my 5th year of being involved. The mayor, Bruce, Kyle, Tanya, Phyllis, everybody was involved, did a great job. And it's always a good thing to get that out of the way. So great job, and as Alderwoman Hobbs said, the air show this weekend, so get them Xanax out for your animals. That's it.
Well, first I want to remind everybody about our Independence Day celebration. It will be a great time at our Veterans Memorial Park. David and his team always put together a great show, and we look forward to the music and fireworks. Bring your tent, enjoy the food trucks, should be a lot of fun. Want to remind everyone about the special census that has kicked off. The city is undertaking a special census. You can see information on our website, out on signs, out in the community, on our social media. So far we've had right around 500 people already submit. This is trying to get updated numbers for our overall census. That helps us in multiple ways, whether it's the state shared portion of sales tax, whether it is for economic development. It helps us in the long term, helps us with planning. So please make sure to take a few moments and fill that out. You can fill it out online. There will be some mail coming to your door about it, and then eventually there will be some people out door knocking. And I would assume we would have some people out at different events as well. The zoning ordinance meetings were definitely a wonderful thing. Ms. Donna, thank you to you and your staff for allowing that over at the library. I was over at a couple of those meetings, even one right off of a plane, so getting over there, talked to many people. Zoning ordinance is basically modernizing our zoning, and we have a currently 33-year-old document that governs all of our building for the entire city. This modernizes it, as well as it de-densifies it. It's less density as a whole for the city. So to me, that's a good thing. I look forward to next month when we will get the feedback compiled, delivered to us so that we can see if this needs to go back to the Planning Commission or not. So I definitely look forward to that. The air show, as Alderwoman Hobbs and Vice Mayor both mentioned, is this weekend. There will probably be a lot of traffic and police presence in the afternoons on Jones Mill Road and Fergus and Murfreesboro Road and Fergus. So please be patient. If you normally go out that way, please look at some of the other spots as there may be delays with that. And then as Vice Mayor No mentioned, BJ's Wholesale does open up on the 14th to the public. The 13th we will have the ribbon cutting. As a whole, as a city, we are very excited, and personally, I am extremely excited about this. Our economic team met with them December of 2019 before the world shut down for COVID. And we go from that time frame to a ribbon cutting. That is a wonderful achievement for Tom Broker and his team. So definitely want to thank them for all the hard work and staff's hard work. I know Kyle, Gary, Bo, everybody's been working together to get to the point where this is ready for an opening. And then last, I just want to address the budget. And I personally want to thank Bruce Richardson and the rest of the staff, including our capital panel, who spent many days, many hours beyond what the board spent going through the budget, compiling it, putting it together in a way that benefits this community but does not overtax our population. So thank you to everybody who took the time out. And I do mean that, Bruce. Thank you for everything. We appreciate you.
I don't think he thinks you mean it.
I do.
He's smiling.
So, thank you. With that, I call this meeting adjourned. Hello, LaVergne. My name is Jason Cole. I'm the mayor for the city, and we wanted to come to you today and bring to you the state of the city. Our city is growing, and we're experiencing lots of new things, and we wanted to bring you in with that, with the state of the city. The city is doing well. It's thriving. We have at this point passed our budget, which includes many new items and personnel for our city to help us continue to grow and provide better and better services. Our police department, which last year we learned over 4 years had decreased crime by 16%, will be getting 10 new cars to help replace their aging fleet. At the same time, we are also implementing body cameras on our patrol officers. So that helps to add a better level of accountability to both the public and to staff. Our fire department, we're continuing to work on Fire Station 41, which is on Old Nashville Highway. You can see the construction as it's going on, and it will provide a larger, more modern facility to address our fire department needs. We'll have a training area as well as admin area for staff, and we'll really replace our old building, which was built in 1972. So this again modernizes and provides those resources for our citizens. It also moves it across the train tracks, which then our fire department doesn't have to deal with having to divert around a train. Our fire department will also have a new pumper, and in January we'll be hiring 6 new firefighters. The goal is to make sure that we provide continued service that meets our citizens' needs as the city grows. With growth, we will be addressing the zoning ordinance, which we've been having public meetings on, and we will be passing later this year. That zoning ordinance is 30 years old at this point, and this modernizes it. It provides for a less dense city. It provides new standards that are higher than the city has ever done before. The board will continue to discuss that, make some slight changes, and get that implemented. My expectation is that by the end of the year, you will see that in effect. At the same time, our Planning Commission will address the subdivision regulations and modernize those as well as lift those standards throughout the city. We want to provide quality growth throughout the whole city. And while we're talking about growth, growth should pay for growth. So as part of this year's budget, we increased the impact fees for both roads and parks, and now have the maximum impact fee for all of our services that we can currently have. My expectation is that next fiscal year we will engage in a new impact fee study to make sure that our impact fees are in alignment with the needs of our city. With growth, we also are bringing in new businesses. BJ's Wholesale has opened, and that is a very big accomplishment for our economic team, and provides, again, that level of service to our citizens for being able to get items here in the city and not have to go to our surrounding communities. It keeps our sales tax dollars in-house, and even will reverse some of the leakage so that we can gain new ground for our sales tax dollars, which helps fund all of the different services in the city and helps to keep our property taxes low. At the same time, we've had other new businesses come in. Lotus Salon has recently opened. Of course, Pop Shelf opened late last year. And then we have other businesses coming to the area. High Point 24 is growing and still under development. You have a lot of new growth there. And the co-op has announced that they will be developing their property for both business and offices. You'll see about 1 million square feet come in for that property alone. You'll see new businesses such as Quanta expanding, which Quanta builds servers for various computing companies like Facebook, Amazon, all your social networks. You'll see continued growth there, and then you'll see other retail growth throughout the city, because that's our goal, is to bring in quality of life, quality retail for our citizens. To keep up with growth, the city has, over the last 4 years, purchased land and has passed both groundwork and construction for our new Public Works and Community Services Center. This will provide basically the growth that's needed to maintain services throughout the city, as well as to expand them in the future. We need to make sure that we're doing a good job of keeping up with the services that our citizens need, and this will provide that. It will tie in with the Greenway, and it will be centrally located so that in the event that there's ever snow, ice, all of the resources for that are centrally located. It will also house our water billing team, our stormwater, engineering, city planning, economic development, codes, and more. So we're looking forward to that growth that the board has passed. With that, we keep improving our city events. You'll see the LaVergne Fall Festival later this year, as well as our Winter Festival, and the Carnival is coming back. So we keep growing, we keep adding new things, and we keep providing those services, and our goal is to keep up with growth and keep providing you services that you value and need. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is May 15th, 2023. We do have, we do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. I need a motion for the approval from the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second.
I have a motion to approve from Rick Autry and a second from Jody. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? So I guess we'll get right into it. Who does this? Kathy?
Yep.
For
she'll
Touch a
get most
Truck?
of 'em. Yes, sir.
All right, Kathy, tell us about Touch a Truck.
Touch a Truck, the weather worked out for us, thank goodness. It was a little scary there. It was a great turnout. Had the 500 vests and hats, ran out of those. The only thing we heard is we did get a request next year for the Touch a Truck to put all the horns in one section because of some of the displays. The horn were a little close to the other displays, but besides
Did that come from, not to interrupt you, but I'm curious, did that come from an adult or from a kid?
Two adults that actually had displays in the event.
So the kids didn't say nothing about it?
No, but some of the horns, I believe some of the kids may have got scared because they weren't prepared when they walked up and when the horn went off. I know the IMI truck scared Sheila and I. We weren't expecting it. So I think we're going to put some signs up maybe next year just with warnings, you know, horn blowing, be prepared kind of thing. But that's the only thing that we heard as a suggestion for next year. So everything else is positive.
I think the horns are very startling. Every time somebody, that cement truck and just pull the horn, everybody's
Yeah. And I think last year when we had it, it was in the front parking lot, so everything was spread apart.
And that's, yeah.
And so, because the horns were honked last year, I think it's just because of how close they were. So we'll make sure to take that into consideration when we map out the displays next year. So.
When I used to drive a truck, my oldest son at that time was 5. And I'd bring it home sometimes, lived in the same house.
he would hang on that thing until it ran completely out of air.
Yep.
How we? Can
My
you hear me?
neighbors loved me.
Oh, I was, nuh-uh. Oh, man.
Any comments about the block party?
Yes, I loved it, to tell you the truth. My granddaughter loved it. We went through everything. And then we sat under the gazebo and we had lunch, and then we went back and had dessert, and then we went back home, and she's like, "Can we go back?" And I'm like, "No, we cannot go back. We're good. We're done." But it was really fun. And I have to admit, it was the first block party I went to. So,
Okay.
and now I went to Touch a Truck last year, but combining the both was something good. That was great.
That was exactly what I was going to talk about.
Yeah, and the face painting, that was free, was wonderful.
And we had 3 to accommodate to keep up.
Yes, and also the make your slime for free was
Yes.
something amazing.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, how much does this cost? How much does this cost? And everything, so terrific.
Good.
And they loved it. And we're still playing with the slime on Sunday. I'm like, get that off my coffee table. But it just pulls off and there's nothing there. And it's just perfect. It was great.
Yeah, my grandson loved it. He was 3 pounds shy to jump on the bungee.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. I
That
couldn't
did
do
not
it.
go over well.
Wow.
So,
My granddaughter walked by it and said, I don't even want to do it. But that was
overall, as Jody said, I was going to say the same thing. I think putting the block party and the Touch a Truck together was a deal.
Good.
So you guys did good. The Parks and Rec guys were busy, just doing all kind of things, helping people. So
We did get compliments from the vendors on how well organized the guys were placing them and assisting them. So,
I even heard that. Most of the vendors made pretty decent money.
Well, I asked a couple of it because I was buying stuff,
Yeah.
throughout the whole day, and I'm like, "How are you feeling it's going?" And they're like, "This is really great. We're really getting a lot of activity, and
good.
I know my wallet was a little lighter when I went home.
right." But that's okay. That's what we want.
Right.
So I guess we'll move on here. May and June. So we don't have anything till July 4th.
Correct. July 4th is our next event. So, nothing for the month of June.
All right. Well, let's talk about it. What you got lined up?
All right, gates open at 5:30. The Bueller Band, which is an 80s cover band, is performing. The music will start at 6, and then we'll have the food trucks and activities. 4th of July pretty much takes care of itself because of the fireworks, so it
Do you have
draws
a
the
name for the
crowd.
80s band?
I'm sorry?
A name for the 80s band?
It's the Bueller Band. They don't have one particular band that they cover. It's pretty much
like
mix
the
of
realm of the
bands.
80s.
Correct.
Gotcha.
That's going to be on a Tuesday.
Correct.
Oh boy, I'll be dancing.
Did everybody get that? The music starts at what time?
6 p.m.
6 p.m. and you're going to have vendors.
Just food trucks. We have food vendors. We don't have any other types of vendors. Sometimes there'll be a toy vendor with the glow-up toys that comes.
Yeah, that's a big hit.
But
What about-
that's the only thing if it's 4th of July oriented.
You're going to have inflatables.
We're going to have the spider jump come back, and I've requested the obstacle course, and I've not got confirmation on that yet.
All right. Any questions? All right, we'll jump on to my favorite so I can get out there and run is Howl at the Moon.
All right, this year it is Friday, August 11th. We've already opened registrations, so they are now open online. We've got 4 registered so far. Check-ins at 6:30, race starts at 8 at the back pavilion at Veterans Memorial. And we are currently looking for sponsors for that event.
Can the sponsors, do they need to call or log on
We
anywhere
have
in
the sponsor
particular?
form online on the LaVergne37086.gov, or they could call. We've got paper forms we can send out as well. Call, email, any of the above.
So on the website, does that give you the company's incentives of why they want to?
Yes, there's a package that's attached on the website, and it shows what they get in return for their sponsorship.
Okay.
So it'll go from the back pavilion to City Hall.
Correct. And then back to the back pavilion.
How far is that? Is that a 5K? Is that a true 5K or?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's certified.
It is certified.
You ran it before?
You're talking about being on the website and stuff. I want to stop here and give Sheila a big kudos because she is awesome on Facebook and stuff, getting that stuff out there, and it even helps remind me so I can share it. So she does a great job with that.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, Lord, the carnival.
Carnival's coming back August 24th through the 27th. Right now, we're showing weekdays are going to be open from 5 to 10 p.m., and then weekend days, noon to 10 p.m.
Same one.
Same carnival company, correct?
Are you,
Go ahead.
are you doing the same incentives, like doing the giveaway?
That's not in the plans right now. Last year, it was pretty much in celebration of our 50th anniversary is why we did that last year. So this year, it's just, so far, just offering the carnival to the public. It is 5 to 10 on weeknights and noon to 10 on weekends. I believe it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday this year. So.
Do you know anything about that pricing thing? They're going to do the same thing, or
They
do
have
we
not-
know yet?
They've not given me the pricing information yet.
Yeah, I didn't have any problem with it other than the understanding part of it.
I thought it was quite expensive.
I think last year maybe 4-hour increments is what they did their armbands for, I believe.
Every ride?
Well, you got the armband, and then I believe that armband was only good for 4 hours, if I remember correctly. So I'm not sure how they're going to present it this year.
Well, last year, if the armband was good till 4 and you came at 3:30, you only got
30 minutes.
30 minutes, and then you had to pay that other price, which I know they're here to make money, but I also know that there was some confusion about it. And at the same time, if you want to plan it, you need to plan it to where you're going to be there at 12 o'clock and get your full, which I know also sometimes that's not possible, but you can't meet everyone's needs.
Right.
It's just impossible.
Right.
So you can go to the 6 o'clock maybe, and then go further. So
Yeah, that's,
3:30 or 4 o'clock and
Yeah.
go further.
that's
Yeah.
why I say it's,
Know your time.
kind of, you have to plan ahead.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, that's next. Fall Festival.
All right. Fall Festival is September 15th and 16th. 15th, we are still working on the Prince Band contract, so we've not got that finalized yet. And then just the traditional parade ending in the park, 10 o'clock parade, and then the festival itself will end at 3:30. We're not going to be doing a Saturday night concert this year.
So there's no concert in the park at all?
Friday night.
Oh, there is, okay.
Right.
So this is September 15th?
September 15th, right. We're trying to get a Prince cover band right now, so we're still working on that contract, but we will have a concert that Friday night.
And just to put it in terms, in case anyone's catching this on YouTube, by the time 3:30, 4 o'clock rolls around on Saturday, especially with the heat, people are beat down and dead. The last couple of years that we have spent good money to have those bands there, the 100 or so of us that came out, we enjoyed it, but it's hard to justify to spend that kind of money for 100 people. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
So I know some people ask about it, and, that's why, even though it was nice and I enjoyed it, I know you were there, Rick, Everybody was there and we enjoyed it, but to put on a big show like that and spend that money for 125 people is just not
Realistic.
realistic. And like I said, at the end of the day, by 3:30, 4 o'clock, man, people are beat.
Tired.
down.
They're going home.
Hot.
Yeah.
Hot. And my favorite, man, I'm so ready for a homegrown mater. Farmers Market.
All right, Farmers Market, we've moved it to Tuesdays, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. The market runs from June 6th to August 29th. We are still receiving registrations. We've got a couple in the last few weeks as well. I believe we got one of the signs out today advertising the Farmers Market as well. And we have put it on Facebook and we'll share it again. So registrations are trickling in.
It's starting June what?
June 6th, the first Tuesday in June, and
So
it'll
right
go
after-
through the last Tuesday in August.
So right after Memorial Day.
Correct.
Yep.
3 to 7.
3 to 7, and it's at the same location up here at the City Hall
Yes.
complex.
That's good.
I'm excited. Always, every year.
You're always taking live videos.
Hey, when it comes to food, I get excited.
Yes, you do.
Any comments about Farmers Market? All right, we will move on to, well, our next meeting will be June the 26th. Is that right?
Because of Juneteenth,
Oh, that is right.
we had to move it to next weekend.
Can we talk about that? Juneteenth? How's that going?
She is getting the Bicentennial Pavilion here because we already had a tournament scheduled in the park by the time they locked in their date.
Okay.
So they're going to do it on the 17th, which is that Saturday instead of the 19th. They're going to get the Bicentennial area down here from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is when they're planning their event.
So when you say planning their event, what event is it?
It's a Juneteenth celebration.
Okay.
Shermille Balbalosa, did I say that right?
Correct.
She has done it a couple of years. I think she missed last year, maybe the year before.
It's 2 years, once for COVID and then once because she had to move and she's trying to get back. And I know that her and Hope Oliver are working together. So we need to, that is a city-sponsored event, correct? Not this year, but we're working on it.
We are working on it. We're not officially sponsors, but we're going to do what we can to help them out. So
We're gonna do some advertising and stuff.
I'm not 100% sure we can do that. I think we told her we were pretty much going to be hands off that since it wasn't a city-sponsored event. We were kind of limited at what we could do. And she knew that when we met with her at the office because it was so late in the game. We weren't even sure they were going to do anything until probably 2 months ago. And by that time, we already had the schedule made for the summer at the park. So we couldn't see putting them in a pavilion on a ball tournament weekend because there's just too much traffic up there for that. So they opted for this down here, which was a better option for them.
All right. Mr. Rick, got any comments, sir?
No, I think we covered everything.
All right. Mr. Giles?
No, sir. I will say Touch a Truck was a good experience for myself. I had my granddaughter out there earlier today. She had a good time.
Yeah, I would concur with that because just putting both of them together, the block party and the touch, because I did the touch truck last year, and it was fun, very hot, but very fun. But this had more things going on. I mean, there was a lot there. I could hear the music. There was all these vendors. We did everything, and we were there for the full 4 hours, pretty much. We got there at 11, we didn't leave there till 3, and it was great. So, good luck, good job.
Well, I didn't get no smoked bologna sandwich from Biggins,
Oh, so you're now not happy.
so I wasn't happy about that. It was my own fault, but that's beside the point. I'm still not happy about it.
Oh, you're just following your grandson.
But as usual, you guys, Parks and Rec, do a great job. Mother Nature, as Kathy said, smiled on us. It got kind of sticky and humid, but, you know, it's that time of year. So I want to say that I'm really glad to see the board members coming out to these events. That's always a big plus. So hopefully by July 4th, we will have another big event. So until then, I will see you all on June 26th, right here in the boardroom at 6 p.m. I call this meeting adjourned.